Does your SaaS company offer websites? It's time to level up your customers' web presence. Partner with Duda to offer websites to your clients and unlock a powerful new revenue stream. This is how you can do it. Your customers can choose a beautiful website designed by your team, or create the site entirely on their own. The integration is seamless and lives completely under your own SaaS branding. From there, customers can easily make updates based on the specific permissions you grant. Best of all, every website has your software solution embedded right out of the box, with all their business info instantly synced from your platform. In just a few clicks, a high-performing, fully synced website is live. Ready to see how Duda fits into your offering?
Hi, everybody. I'm Itai Sadan, CEO and co-founder of Duda. Welcome to the Growth Embedded Summit. We have here 4 sessions today. This is our first session that is going to be about AI and its impact on vertical SaaS companies. It's an exciting time. There's a ton of opportunities and risk. And I have an amazing set of panelists here to talk about it that have a lot of experience in this area. So with me today here are Andrew Walsh, partner at Tidemark Capital, Irshad Jamil, who is a founder and investor at EQJ Ventures and former chief growth officer of ServiceTitan, Luke Sofinas, operating partner at Atomic and someone who is very actively involved in the vertical SaaS space. And we have Quinn, CEO of Reven AI, an AI platform for the home service industry. Welcome, guys. I want to give you a few minutes to introduce yourselves and tell us more about what you've been up to. So maybe, Andrew, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Itai. I'm Andrew Walsh. I'm a partner at Tidemark. We're a $600 million growth equity firm, strong focus on vertical software. Really fortunate to have partnered with some great category leaders like Toast, Clio, and ServiceTitan.
Quinn, you're next on down my list here on the right-hand side. So let's go with you.
Sounds good. Hi, everyone. I'm Quinn Litherland. I'm CEO and founder here at Reven. We're a team based in New York. We're an AI operating stack for trades businesses. So think very large HVAC, plumbing, roofing, home remodeling, really anything that works in and around the North American home. We work with businesses anywhere from 10 million to upwards of, we have some customers that'll do $1 billion in revenue this year. And yeah, we're growing really quickly. It's been a really fun time to build and excited to share a little bit more of some of the cool things we're building and battling in this crazy world that we're all operating in right now. So thanks for the team on having me here.
Cool, Quinn. So you're going to represent the new AI first startups coming into the space.
I'm going to try.
Irshad, let's hear from you.
Thanks, Itai. Thanks for having us. I was the chief growth officer at ServiceTitan, started in 2015 there. Worked at a few other companies like Cloud Kitchens. They rebranded to Adams Food Infrastructure, and another company called BuildOps. And for the past few years, I've been advising and investing in vertical SaaS, AI, and fintech companies. And actually, I know Luke, Quinn, and Andrew pretty well. I work with all of them in different capacities, so excited to be here.
Awesome. And Irshad, we also got to work together during your time at ServiceTitan. So
that's right. Yep.
That's cool. Awesome. Luke.
Yeah, no, great to be here. Thanks for having me. Luke Sofinos. So before this, I was the founder and CEO of a company called Korsky. Now it's called Portico. We were a kind of all-in-one VSaaS for trade schools. And so I started that company in my college dorm room, built it up over 11 years, and then sold it to private equity, PSG in 2024. Today, I'm an operating partner at Atomic. So I help basically create all new companies, specifically in vertical AI and AI roll-ups. And then I also have a kind of community called verticalsaasgroup.com, which we believe is like the largest community on the internet for vertical SaaS founders, operators, investors. So do a conference every year, do a podcast, newsletter, all that stuff. So hope I can share some hard-fought learnings here and look forward to learning from the other panelists.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And Luke, we've been, people from my team have been to your conference, the Vertical SaaS Summit. And we also attend Tidemark's vertical SaaS summit. So for folks who are interested in taking part of the community and being part of those summits, amazing conversations and hosts in each one of those. Cool. So we have a very nice spectrum here of both operators, investors in the vertical SaaS space with a lot of experience around AI. So I'm super excited about this session today. And by the way, just for all those listening, feel free to post comments. I'll review those as we go by, and we'll introduce your questions to the panelists. So we'd love to get questions from the crowd here. Cool. So there's massive transformation that is happening right now in the vertical SaaS space. It's both an opportunity and a huge risk at the same time. Just to give maybe a hypothetical example of what is happening to vertical SaaS companies or SaaS companies in general. Let's say that if I'm a vertical SaaS company in the travel space, I have worked on growing and broadening my user base for many years. I've been delighting them with all these amazing features, and suddenly an AI-first startup has come into our space and is now offering my customers to basically install them, integrate into my data in my platform, and basically replace a huge portion of their support team with this single AI agent. My customers are telling me that they love my software. They want to keep using us, but they're also going to use this AI agent from this other company. And in parallel, at the same time, they're calling my account managers and are canceling seats because they no longer need the amount of, they've laid off maybe 40% of their support team, so they no longer need as many seats. So I'm now suffering from a decline in my revenue because of this new AI startup that has just emerged in my area. What am I doing wrong? And what's my ability to defend my turf in this new area? So love to open it up to my panelists to give me some advice with my company. Anybody want to take a first jab at this?
I'm happy to. I can dive in. So I think the moat historically for a lot of vertical software companies was data, right? And so you're basically able to everyone lived in your platform. They stored all their data in that particular platform. I think the language, though, that it's the software company's data and not the customer's data is the wrong way to look at this. It's always been the customer's data. Now, technically, that's in your platform, which I understand, but I think we have to graduate from that kind of logic or that viewpoint, and we have to think about how can we leverage these AI kind of tailwinds, hopefully not headwinds, to better the company. The best kind of plan that I've seen existing systems of record take on this is actually building out like AI agent ecosystems on top of their data set, and actually giving all these AI agent companies, similar to the iPhone App Store, the ability to leverage your data to build agents off of. And you can take a toll on that. And you're not necessarily on the hook for building every single new AI agent that the market is demanding. And so if I'm in that particular situation, I'm looking very deeply at doing something like that. But I think you have to move away from data, like kind of strongholds, and look forward, and really you're going to cannibalize some of your business in that process, but it'll give you the long-term advantage. So my quick 2 cents.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like on our end, again, we're coming at this from a slightly different perspective as well, because I'm one of those companies that is coming into these pre-existing ecosystems with larger, older incumbents that, again, currently have a lot of that data already in-house. And yeah, we're seeing the same thing. I mean, there's several ecosystems that we're already partnered with and work very closely with, where we're coming in, we're solving a real need, right? That's a big thing. And so we have a massive right to exist, as do the incumbents. And we're very much willing to partner and be charged for that partnership, where we can win and we can continue to solve the problems that our joint customers need solved. And we can be good partners to the underlying incumbents by supporting their ecosystem. At the end of the day, I think what we've seen is if both the incumbent layer and the system of record and the system of action, which we like to call it, that's what Revin is, we're a system of action on top of a system of record. If both of those layers work really well together, well, we're a lot of times, especially with what we do at Revin, we're creating a lot more revenue for our joint customer, and that customer now has a lot more free cash flow to go and spend, both on Revin and with our CRM and FSM partners. And so I think if both those layers can work together, both can really succeed. But it's definitely tough, and I think folks have to get comfortable giving up a bit of control, which not everyone is comfortable with today.
I think it's critical to kind of think about all of the jobs to be done, and whether that's building your ecosystem and having people build on top of you, or going multi-product and capturing more surface area of what your customers ultimately need from you. I think it's important that as the incumbent system of record that has become the system of action, to be very opinionated on system design and roles and permissions around the jobs that you are doing. And really, at the end of the day, you want to become that orchestrator that kind of breaks up the job into the component parts and then stitches it all back together. And I think that's what true platform businesses do really, really well.
Okay. So do you see, like, from companies in your portfolio, so the existing incumbents, are they feeling that pain with losing, seat licenses? And, for those that have managed to kind of come up with their own AI agents, is that new revenue from AI agents kind of replacing some of those lost seats, or is that kind of a transition that is happening?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think the important thing is that you've kind of woken up and you're building and that you're launching these agents. I think if you're kind of resting on your distribution moat or kind of incumbent positioning, you're going to be left behind. Like, I think you have the advantage. I think you know your customer, you have account gravity with them. It's about kind of making sure that you're delivering on those products. So I think it's early and it varies a lot by end market, but we're seeing a lot of adoption of agentic solutions within kind of existing platforms, but also situations where kind of the native AI upstart has an opportunity to leapfrog as well.
Yeah, I think most vertical SaaS companies at this point have already been multi-product to some extent. They've already launched fintech, payments, sometimes market automation, and other things as well. So I think a hybrid pricing has already evolved and will continue to evolve. And I think AI is just kind of like fast tracking it. So as Andrew mentioned, the companies that kind of don't do that and kind of stay passive, I think they're probably in trouble. But the ones that move to like more results oriented pricing, but that doesn't mean they can't have user pricing too, or licenses, or price by allocation. I think you're going to see more and more companies have different SKUs, different way they price. And as long as they kind of go down the AI path, especially in SMB vertical SaaS, generally they're pretty fine. I've seen dozens of SMB vertical SaaS companies, and I don't think I've seen any of them like completely change their pricing away from subscription or user base or location based. They're just like expanding their pricing models in different ways. They're also not churning a lot of companies or customers to competitors yet. That could happen in the future, but right now I think a lot of it's, to be honest, noise, especially in vertical SaaS and SMB. And as long as they're innovative and then continue to kind of innovate on pricing, they'll probably be fine.
Okay. Luca, I wanted to ask you, what are domain-specific workflows that are becoming more important in the AI era?
Yeah, there's a few that I think are incredible that a lot of people haven't realized. You have to zoom out from our little country club or ecosystem and realize the vast majority of people still think AI is solely chat-based. And it can do so much more, specifically around workflows. So where I've seen a lot of incredible results is on these kind of white collar desk jobs that are doing a lot of kind of manual form filling. And so a good example of this that I've seen firsthand is in insurance distribution, like insurance brokerages, agencies, where you have an insurance quote, you got to go out to 20 different carriers and fill in basically the same information, but in an application that just looks different on every carrier portal. And the AI workflow is like a beautiful thing to automate this, because it's pulling from a long form data set, and then it's automatically populating all of this. And so you can basically turn this pretty time intensive, like back office, multiple salary based people into, one click automation with like an approval queue. And so I'm seeing really, it's almost counterintuitive. Like where we're seeing a ton of agent adoption is actually in more regulated verticals that you wouldn't expect. So like we've seen a ton in legal, a ton in insurance. And so anywhere there's a kind of a remedial, like manual step specifically around a white collar worker in front of a computer screen is where like I get the most excited today.
So, right now we're seeing almost every software company on earth heavily market their AI agents. I guess we can agree that, slapping a glorified chatbot onto your website that directs people asking questions to an FAQ or to download a PDF is not really an AI agent. It's more of a, not a great user experience. So maybe question to Quinn, what actually qualifies as a real AI agent versus, a glorified chatbot?
Yeah. I mean, for us at Revin, it really comes down to the workflow. And you're probably going to hear me say the word workflow a ton on this webinar. It's what we talk about all the time here at Revin we provide value by owning workflows end to end. And let's say it's something as simple as an inbound scheduling workflow that's taking an inbound opportunity from a lead aggregator like Angie's List, going through, matching a job type, understanding a customer's pain, pulling real-time availability from a CRM, and then passing that job and that customer's booking information directly into that system of record. So then a dispatcher or a technician can then see that information and carry out their workflow. For us, it's that end-to-end piece. And I think we usually see right now two kind of components of that. One is fully end-to-end, no human in the loop. And then one where there is a human that is usually unblocking the agent, where there is one final step. It might be capturing PII, such as billing information, if you're trying to close out an invoice. But for us, how we think about it is the workflows that truly provide the most amount of value are ones that have a very, very clear output. And for us at Revin, it's usually revenue, right? We have a clear job that is now booked, or an invoice that is now closed, or an accounts receivable that is now closed. And so, we look at it as, is the workflow being handled either end to end, fully autonomously, or is there a human in the loop that is unblocking the agent? And then the agent is allowed to then go and complete that workflow by itself. But for us, I think we're in a world right now where agents are capable of carrying out pretty complex tasks end to end, fully autonomously with very little oversight, which is pretty cool.
What's been the kind of the feedback from customers? At what point do they want kind of that human in the loop? Are there like specific areas where they feel, I want the agent to do all that work, but at this point, I really want to have the human kind of review, approve it before it goes out?
Yeah, it comes down to the specific job to be done. We traditionally see it just based off of the economic impact of that workflow, right? If you're a roofing business who, let's say, is sending out and trying to close out invoices, you might have an agent who is triggered to proactively reach out to customers, reminding them of, hey, we had a consultant in your home. We talked through X, Y, and Z offer. Here is the estimate that we proposed to you and your team. Would you like to move forward? Can I ask you any questions? Even now, we're seeing customers get comfortable with allowing the agent to offer discounts to those customers. And so really having the agent to give the flexibility of trying to negotiate with a homeowner to make a buying decision that, for the average homeowner every decade, outside of maybe their children's school tuition, their car, and their mortgage, like your new roof is one of the most expensive purchases you will make. It's on average $24,000 to $27,000. To have an agent negotiating that with a customer is really interesting. But we still see traditionally customers want to still bring in a human at the end of that workflow to close it out, capture customer information, and again, still provide somewhat of a human interaction, especially for a purchase that's as big as a homeowner's roof. But we're seeing customers, and this changes almost on a daily basis, just getting more and more comfortable. And it's what's so cool right now, especially for us selling into the trades, which I think most folks might at face value go, oh, probably not as tech enabled. They're extremely smart and intelligent operators. A lot of them are vibe coding tools on their own. A lot of them are messing around with tools internally and using Zapier and other tools themselves. And so they're getting more and more comfortable allowing agents to run their business. And so it's cool to think through 12 months from now, just how much of a American home service business is actually going to be fully automated. So the trust is really high right now, which is cool.
That's great. It kind of brings me to kind of a related topic, a question for you guys. Like for a platform to be truly agentic, does it mean that it needs to own all the different components, kind of be an all-in-one solution, where I'm the system of record, where I'm in charge of payments, where I'm in charge of the inbound funnel for the customer, and multiple other things? Or is it can still be truly agentic and just own one piece of it? And maybe that's a question more. I'll start with Jamil, with Arshad, because I know in your time in Service Titan, you were the chief growth officer. You worked immensely hard on expanding the platform and adding a lot of more components to it compared to the core where Service Titan started with. How important is it today, and how early would you advise companies that you work with to kind of think about this all-in-one? Is it something that you recommend from day one, or again, start with the core and at some other time in the future expand?
Yeah, it's a good question. If you're just starting out, I mean, obviously it seems obvious, but you should be agentic in terms of your workflows. I think Quinn's smart in terms of saying, like, own the workflow and understand what that is and be really good at that. I think that's an important thing. Now, if you've been around for a few years, where you could be a 2 million ARR business all the way to 100 million ARR, I think it's like anything else. It's kind of like back in the day, it's like microservices and, should be a monolithic or microservices. Really, the reality is you kind of a combination of both. So for example, if you're an end-to-end platform, you launch embedded payments, that's not AI and that's not agentic, and you don't need to be to some extent. So I think the more important, you want to solve your customers' pain points with agents and AI. I think that's the first and foremost thing you do. And the platform that you have is still pretty remarkable of what you can do across that workflow, but not everything has to be agentic. So I think it's kind of, unfortunately, and not the perfect answer, but you want to be a hybrid in terms of what you deliver to your customer. And then companies like Revin, as Quinn mentioned, they specialize in certain things and certain agents and workflows. They're going to be the best at that. So like the largest contractors in the US are using Revin. They're not using another solution. And Revin isn't like an end-to-end operating system. It doesn't need to be because it's solving a very specific thing. So I think that world is going to continue to evolve and still be fine. And the end-to-end operating system, going back to your question, doesn't need to be all agentic, I think. Some parts do, some parts don't. And obviously you should have a roadmap of getting there.
Yeah,
Arshad, I generally agree with you. In the pre-AI world, going multi-product is one of the biggest drivers of enterprise value, and I think in an AI world, that's even more true. You get that gravity across multiple different products, and you put yourself in a position where it's harder for an LLM to replicate. And I think one of the things that just stands out to me, and just something to be aware of, if you do start with that one product, that's one service area for someone to come and disintermediate or cause you some pain or trouble. So I think adding to that breadth, whether it's going deeper into the workflows and then kind of inching your way out and tackling jobs to be done within kind of your existing platform is really important.
Yeah. I know, when we think about it at Duda, to own some of these really agentic workflows, it's kind of hard to do it when you don't have all the components. Yeah, I can control agentic flows inside the website builder, but if I want to solve a bigger problem, if I want to, for example, a customer says, I want to grow revenues by 50%. If I want to run a promotion across the website, which I control, if I want to do discounting of products in the inventory, I control. But then if I want to send emails to customers, right, I'm not the marketing email automation, or I can't text message customers. So we see that, potentially owning more components really allows you to build more elaborate workflows and enable AI to kind of run through these different components. Do you get kind of, do you agree with that? That kind of it's harder to do it when you're more of a point solution versus when you own more of the stack?
At least from our perspective, like we're not finding that to be an issue at all. I mean, at Revin, we can still provide probably 95% of the value we're providing today, even without the integrations that we currently have. Like we can still perform that action layer. For us, it's just, where do we want to point that information? And for the efficiency of these businesses, having that clear source of truth, so their teams are not having to look at multiple disparate ecosystems for that customer data for, let's say, a booked job, just maintains efficiency. But at the end of the day, when the phone rings, someone needs to answer that phone call. We can still perform that task, regardless if we're integrated or not. And I think the inverse of it also is, yes, I agree with what everyone is saying in terms of these larger kind of incumbents and CRMs and FSMs wanting to become more and more agentic. Of course, they need to do that. It's something that they're thinking through. But I think the other point of view that I keep hearing and keep seeing in the market and talking with more and more of these operators at these larger FSMs and CRMs, not just within home services, is, I mean, you think about how companies die. A lot of companies die because they get a little gluttonous and they just have too many things that they're trying to do and manage. And maintaining a large CRM is not an easy task. And then layering on top of this whole new agentic core as you're trying to, let's say, retrofit a code base that's 10, 15, 20 years old, that's a big task. And you might lose sight of what your customers are currently really paying you for. And so I think my recommendation for a lot of these teams that are thinking of, okay, how do we battle ourselves and retrofit everything to keep up with these newer players, is don't lose sight of what your customers currently pay for today. And don't chase, because you can end up with too many things, get gluttonous, and then kind of write your own death certificate in a way.
Quinn, could I ask you a question? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Like you said, assuming you don't have those integrations, like the agents you're building can still handle kind of 95% of tasks. Like in the workflow example, the scheduling workflow example that you gave, what happens if the CRM just shuts off access? Are you just basically using an agent to go in with like a user login to overcome that? Is that how you're getting around that?
So, I mean, there's situations right now where there's even CRMs that, I mean, for us, we have a pretty long tail of FSMs. I mean, in home services today, there's so many smaller FSMs and CRMs, and Urshad, you know this better than anyone. And there's a laundry list of folks that we just like haven't gone and built out those integrations with, but we still work with home service businesses that use those CRMs, and they're just using Revin, right? Revin is still scheduling those appointments. We're still reaching out to customers. They're able to queue up different workflows within the Revin platform. And of course, from an operator's perspective, it's not the most efficient because now they have Revin that has certain information, and then they have their existing CRM, but they're still able to pick up the phones. They're still able to reach out to customers from a marketing perspective. Really, the only difference is just instead of providing real-time availability that's pulled directly from their internal schedule, they're offering windows that might be 8 to 10, 12 to 2, 2 to 4. But other than that, it's not that detrimental. In terms of your other question of like, are we going behind the scenes and kind of touching systems that we shouldn't be touching? We don't do that. We try and stay away from that and avoid that. Others do, definitely. Like there's definitely, not exactly in home services, but definitely folks who are building versions of Revin, let's say in automobile, that like working with automobile shops, that their CRMs and FSMs are a little bit more resistant to these potential integrators. That folks are definitely like touching systems that they don't exactly have the right to have access to or to touch or integrate with. Again, I do not recommend that. I think being a good partner and working directly with these incumbents is the right way, and that's how we've been doing it from the beginning. But I hope that answered your question.
Yeah,
super helpful.
Quinn, there's a question here from the audience. It's coming from Brock. Why don't you build your own CRM?
Yeah, I mean it's a big question. Right now, how we see the world is like this is a big journey, right? We have 10 more years of problems that we want to go and solve. And I think right now you take a step back, there's a couple interesting battles happening, not only just in the trades, but in every vertical category. You have the agentic battle, right? All these new companies that are solving problems with like purely agentic solutions. Let's just take AI voice. Doesn't matter if we're talking about dental offices or hospitals or automobile shops or trade businesses. You have this agentic battle happening. All these new companies that have started in the last 2 to 3 years, and everyone's battling for who is going to be the AI voice provider for insert X category. And then you have another battle that's happening, which is on the CRM and FSM level. And that battle is also very interesting because it's somewhat of an internal battle, as I keep alluding to. It's these teams going, okay, like things have changed. We might even now be a public company. What do we do here? And a lot of that battle is internal. You're battling yourself. You have thousands of employees, and you're now trying to retrofit a large part of your product. And yeah, I think those two battles are eventually going to converge. I think there's a question of like, what does that CRM look like? What does a system of record look like in a world where so much of how you run your business is a system of action? And so to be honest with you, I don't have a perfect answer to that of like, will we do it? Will we not? It's something that we are consistently talking through internally. It's something that we're consistently talking through with our integration partners, because our integration partners would not be very happy if we turned around tomorrow and said, hey, we're now going to go build a CRM. And so it's something that we don't have a perfect answer for. And I think most folks across different verticals are still figuring out exactly what that means and what a CRM means over the next decade.
I think the way to think about it too, and I totally agree with you, Quinn, is that if you think about the customer and what they spend money on, so if you look at like an SMB's P&L, most of their spend as a percentage of revenue is actually on marketing if they're like a retail business. They spend money on Google, on Meta, direct mails, billboards. They spend a lot more on that than they do on actual end-to-end operating software. So like in the end, like actually a small business has a lot of different technologies and things that they use. And so I know that's great to like gravitate toward being an all-encompassing solution, but in the end, actually an SMB, which my wife has a small business, they have a bunch of different technologies they use. They actually don't want everything in one solution. They want maybe a bunch of stuff, but not everything. Like for example, are you going to build Intact if you're like an end-to-end operating system? Are you going to do like payroll? Like you can do all that, but a lot of times an actually small business doesn't even want that. They just want maybe a handful of technologies they use and the best in breed. But I don't think they're looking for like one thing that can basically do everything for them. That would be nice, but kind of like, I think to Quinn's point too, you're really not the best if you try to do everything all at once. You kind of like focus on what you're really good at to add a lot of value. Okay, if you're in a ServiceTitan and Build Ops and Cloud Kitchens, a lot of these SMB operators had a bunch of different technologies they used and they actually didn't care. Like it was okay if one thing bounced to another or whatever. And so I just think you got to focus on where you want to create value and basically add a lot of value to your customers and price it the right way. And I think that's the primary thing. Because again, going to Quinn's point, if you try to do too much, that's when churn starts to happen. Because then when like software's develop something that's maybe an 80% solution versus 100% solution or 95%, the actual end customer gets really frustrated over time. They're like, hey, like this thing isn't even working. And then I only use 20% of it. And then they end up churning. So now it's like a tricky world where you want to be like the best technology at what you do, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I'll add to that is just real quick. I think it's really easy for any builder to go and say, we're going to go build an FSM or we're going to go build a CRM. For those that know what goes into a field service management tool, there's a lot. Like for me to turn around tomorrow and say, we're now going to go build an FSM, that's a big task. There's a lot there, and that's then a lot that we have to go maintain. And right now, at the end of the day, service operators and the couple million trade businesses across North America, their number one thing is how do we increase revenue? And that's what Revin goes and solves. And so today, my number one focus is we're going to build workflows that help you convert more revenue. And we still have a lot more of that job to be done. So it's definitely not the time for us to divert our attention elsewhere. But sorry, I cut somebody off.
No, I was just going to say, Quinn, the really exciting thing is you are at the point of data capture and entry being voice and text, that you are in that really powerful position such that if you did want to integrate and surround and dupe it at some point in time, you could. But I think the closer you are to those kind of primary sources as data ingestion, the better position you are to offer a CRM if you decided to go that strategic direction.
Yeah. Arshad, you mentioned earlier that you think there's a big opportunity in the marketing front, given the amount of spend that is happening there. And now, especially with discoverability of small businesses changing completely with the shift from being found on Google to kind of being found on ChatGPT and Perplexity and Gemini. Do you see that as an opportunity for vertical companies that you work with to go more into that marketing front?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already happening today. I mean, there's like AI agent, independent companies launching sales and marketing solutions. When I was at ServiceTitan, I think it was like 2017, 2018, we launched marketing automation. It's called Marketing Pro. But that's mostly for existing customers and dealing with their member base. So like email automation, reputation, direct mail, landing pages, websites, things like that. Just because if you are the system record or system action, you can actually build out those capabilities pretty efficiently and effectively. And ultimately, if you think about helping a business, helping them get new customers, never miss a call, never miss an opportunity, kind of makes sense. If you're like if you run a nail salon or a hairstylist and someone calls and you're just doing your appointment, you're gonna miss that call, and that maybe that potential customer goes to another salon, or if you're a martial arts studio, or if you're a restaurant, and so just like Toast IQ and things like that. So I think the idea is that as a business, you basically don't want to miss an opportunity of being found and delivering a service or good. And with AI assisting and all that, you basically maybe never miss an opportunity. You can basically engage and get a lot of new customers. And generally, as a business, you will pay money for that, and a lot of money for it, just because think about all those missed opportunities. So that I think a lot of companies are going that way. I think they're pretty far away from developing an amazing solution in those categories. There's a lot of different point solutions. And then operating systems trying to build it. But I think it's the next few years it's going to continue to evolve and get better and better.
I want to talk a bit about the paradigm of the build, partner, buy. So now with kind of the cost of build declining significantly, does it still make sense in this era of AI to partner or to even consider M&A? What's your guys' thoughts on that? Maybe Luke, Andrew, anything that you're advising your companies? Did your companies still come to you to talk about M&A opportunities, or they're just going out there and just building it themselves?
I think there's still value in it. I think the counter would be the cost to build organically is dropping dramatically, and you can move with so much speed that it changes the calculus for sure. But I think when you can meaningfully consolidate your industry and move with speed, where speed is kind of just so important. I think you look at CCC and the way that they acquired Evolution IQ. That was a huge accelerant for them to get into an adjacent area. I think on the infra side, probably partnering might be better, and you want to kind of build on your moat that you have. But I don't know. I think if it accelerates speed to consolidation and market, great. But the calculus has definitely changed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty bullish right now on M&A, and there's a few reasons for that. One is, and I think a lot of people forget this, but there's a ton of verticals that it doesn't matter if you have the best product on God's earth. The go-to-market is still a very challenging motion, and it can take, in some verticals, years to sign up a customer, no matter if your product is 1,000 times better than what's existing in the market. And so there's all these verticals that just move very, very slow on decision making. And I think the ability to buy some of these existing customer bases at what a lot of SaaS multiples are trading at today, the calculus is actually pretty powerful. Assuming you can leverage that, agentify things, rebuild a lot of kind of legacy technology, and create a 10x better experience without dealing with a go-to-market slog that may exist in an existing vertical. The other reason I'm excited about it is I think there's also just a lot of verticals that are never going to go to Claude.com or OpenAI.com and vibe code solutions. They're just very different. That they work with a handful of companies, as Rashad mentioned, That's what they're used to. And the only way they're going to leverage it, they could be anti-AI. Like we're seeing a lot of markets that are just anti-AI for whatever reason. And the only way that they're ever going to use some of these technologies is if it's within kind of their legacy provider. They just don't go direct for other things. And so, look, it depends on the vertical. But yeah, I mean, some of the prices of SaaS companies right now are the lowest they've ever been.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a good point. So basically, what you're saying is, if it's not just technology, but it comes with distribution, distribution is still, very, very difficult. I think both of you were saying that.
Yeah, I also think like it's still relevant yesterday as in today. Like if you're a business and you service 3,000 customers and there's another competitor that services 800 customers, and you can get that at a great multiple today and roll over those customers to your platform because you can build a couple of solutions out much faster, and then sunset that legacy platform, like that's a great acquisition, right? And that's a great, probably end up what's great for the customer because you have like more data and more things you can do with it. So I think if it's even more imperative today and those type of, and to your point with the multiples, like it could be amazing opportunities with that. And those tend to work pretty well if you can execute.
Yeah. And now maybe leveraging AI for doing some of that data migration may be easier than it was in the past.
Absolutely. Yep.
Absolutely. So we have a session a little bit later about AI pricing, and we have Eddie Hartman, who's an expert in that area from Simon Kucher. But I wanted to get like your opinions from what you're seeing with your portfolio companies. How are they charging for AI? Is it something that they're including? Are they pricing it as add-ons? Are there new ways to price? So let's spend a little bit of time talking about kind of pricing in the era of AI.
Yeah, I can.
Luke, you go ahead. It seems like you had some thought here.
Yeah, I can jump in real quickly. I think broadly speaking, like what the vast majority of companies are doing is they're just doing a flat rate subscription, and then AI is basically additive to that. And most people are opting into a credits model. And so I think when you look back at, Irshad's point, which I think is a really good one, is it almost kind of looks like an embedded payments type of uplift. You take that particular approach. And I think the reason we're seeing this is just so a bunch of people don't cannibalize like their subscription business in the process, which is where like folks like Quinn and more AI native upstarts probably have opportunity because they can come in like solely on outcomes versus having to, live with the past and not deteriorate the subscription business substantially. The only last point I'd just make real quickly, and I think every founder should think about this, is everything you read and hear today is about pricing on outcomes. Awesome. I think at least my brain typically goes towards like large outcomes, like a revenue lift or an EBITDA lift or some sort of massive thing that could take months or years to materialize. I think you can draw that back and like an outcome could be a PowerPoint deck that your AI generated. Yeah. It could be a spreadsheet. Like outcomes can be very micro. And so leveraging like a credits model, and there's a bunch of great software like Stripe does this now where you can just charge your margin, your 15, 20, 25% margin on top of whatever the AI company. And so now it looks much more like an embedded payments play. So that's probably the safer bet. But yeah, I mean, the consumer is going to want to see more outcomes, I think, going forward.
Any other thoughts? Are you guys?
I think the important thing is that you're charging for it. I think the most dangerous thing is if you're just bundling it into your existing subscription because you're not protecting your P&L. You kind of set the expectation that it's free, and it's hard to kind of reverse that with your customers. And Luke, I agree with you. Like usage to start, and then outcomes for agents, where I think the outcome is very measurable and doesn't have a lot of dependencies, and maybe like the mentality of your customer is that their budget for it is already variable. I think you get into some challenges when a customer thinks in a very fixed pricing mindset. And I think you see this a lot in SMB, where that becomes a little bit harder, where then you get into this territory where you want to do kind of a tiered model with overages. But there's a lot of things to play with. I think the important thing is charge for it. You're driving value and you should capture it.
I think thinking through the budget is really important. And I think for a lot of the founders here, you want to position yourself where if your product is working properly, ideally that budget is growing, especially if you are in a revenue generating position where you're helping increase the cash flow on hand of these operators. And so for us at Revin, how we spend a lot of time on this, and we've tried so many different things. And right now what's really working is we base off of workflow and then volume. So again, the pitch I like to use is think of Revin as an employer, right? We are building different employees, and they're AI employees, but they're coming into your business and they're owning different workflows. You're now your HVAC membership manager. They're your inside sales team. They're your marketing team, your dispatch team, your inbound scheduling team. And so you choose the number of workflows you want. Let's say you choose 4 to run Urshad's HVAC and plumbing.
Yeah.
And then there's volume on top of that. And so as those workflows are performing, and as you are now increasing the volume and usage of those workflows, you are then being billed more as that volume increases. And we found that to be really, really successful, where a customer is able to come in and choose the problems they want to solve, and then be able to gradually increase their spend as they start going, okay, wow, this is working. Wow, we drove $4 million more last quarter using Revin. Okay, yes, we feel very confident and comfortable increasing the usage of that workflow, and we're very comfortable paying for it because there's such a high ROI. And so the workflow plus volume has been extremely, extremely efficient for us. And it's also great because, I mean, it's a perfect mix for our sales team, just because it's really easy to close deals with. And then our customer success team loves it too, because from an upsell motion, it's really easy for us to go, hey, Urshad, you have an inside sales team. We know that you have $20 million left on the table last year with estimates that weren't closed. We have this awesome agent that can help you close that. Like, let's get this other workflow live. And so from an upsell motion, it's perfect. And so we've been really happy with that.
Yeah. So Quinn, for your customers at the end of the month, do they know exactly what they're going to pay, or is it a variable based on their usage?
They're able to track it like through the product. But yeah, they know going into the month of, okay, hey, here's the number of workflows I have. Here's the volume bucket that I'm in. If you're then hitting the upper bounds of that volume bucket, you're then able to say, okay, what are the overages? And then what does it mean to then move into the next category? And that's where our CS team will then step in and go, hey, we're happy to move you into this next category. Here are the benefits. Here's what the price per conversation looks like. And so we work hand in hand with our customers in terms of upselling them.
Okay, cool. Any other thought, guys, on pricing and what you're seeing?
I guess one lot that's I think getting up this kind of a noise probably on LinkedIn and stuff, like SaaS is going away, subscription price is going away. Like I pay for Claude, we all do. We pay for like GPT. It's not per like query. We pay for Netflix. We pay for like Apple. We pay for Spotify. So it's like not I'm going to listen like how many songs going to charge me per song. Like I think it depends, right? It depends on the product, the outcome. As long as you're delivering value, and your end customer, whether it's a consumer or business, perceives its value and will pay more for it over time, and there's like a ramp, you can go up over time, then I think you're fine, however you do it. And I think it will all be hybrid in the end. But I think it's kind of strange that folks are saying subscription will go away, because as people, we all pay for subscription, and I don't think any of these companies are going to drastically change their model.
Yeah.
The last tip is make sure you add caps too, because I've heard a lot of stories of like customers getting in there, they're so excited and they go crazy, and then they have a $10,000 AI bill. And so avoid the pain there and make sure that they're gated as they go up.
100%.
Great. And just a reminder for the audience, feel free to post your questions in the comment area and we'll address those. Wanted to shift a little bit to talk about kind of organizational design. How lean are these startups that are, that you're seeing, these AI first startups? Is it like what we're reading on different publications of like, these are one person shops now doing everything because they have all these AI agents, or, anything kind of that you can share on what you're seeing with, the companies that are being formed now and their size and their organizational structure compared to, the traditional SaaS companies?
I think it depends.
Go ahead, Urshad.
Real quick, like if you're a consumer business and you're selling consumers, you probably can do a lot more with less people. But if you're a business selling to like small businesses, where if I'm a contractor, I want to talk to a person. If I'm a restaurant, like I want my local Toast rep to come talk to me. It's just the nature of those businesses. To just spin up a company and not have a sales and marketing team and have like a one person do it, it's basically impossible. Even if you leverage AI and automation and stuff like that. So again, it depends. If you're focused on consumers, I feel like you can have a smaller business probably to some extent, like user base. And if you're selling to a business, at least from a sales and marketing perspective, you need to scale that over time. So it kind of does, but obviously you can scale much faster now with a smaller team. I think that's kind of the net of it. But how small is like the question.
Okay. Quinn, you want to add?
Yeah, the interesting trend that we're seeing like across all of vertical AI is, I mean, most teams have this now FDE or forward deployed motion where they have engineers that are technical that are working hand in hand with customers. And again, I occasionally will talk to somebody and they're like, well, nothing has changed. Like if you go back 5 years ago, we had solutions engineers or post sales engineers, which is true. I would say the only difference is there's so much more emphasis on this last mile delivery. And I think it's really interesting of like the history of where we are in terms of AI. And like still the amount of work that needs to, like manual work that needs to go into customizing these workflows for a specific business and making sure that they're working well. Because at the end of the day, they are employees, and every employee for every business is different. It needs to follow different playbooks and has to touch different systems and do different things and perform different actions. Again, at Revin, we've built a really good layer of repeatability, but there's still this last mile delivery that's so important. And so I think for a lot of vertical AI companies, like one of their like quickly growing teams is this like forward deployed motion. I think what's interesting to think about is, okay, like what does that look like in the future? For me personally, they're expensive. Like I don't want a huge forward deployed team moving forward. And so we spend a lot of time internally like building tools for them. And every month we're like, okay, if last month an average, we call them AI engineers, if the average AI engineer at Revin was able to handle 30 accounts, well, this month I want it to be 50 and next month I want it to be 100. And so we're really thinking through, okay, how can we make them more and more efficient? Because yeah, I think we're in a world right now, and this is not a novel idea. We're seeing it all the time, but yeah, you can do so much more with a very small team. But it really comes down to like, what are the tools, processes internally? And I think the scary thing, and I see a lot of folks run into this, is they go, we don't need as many people, so we're going to keep headcount really low. We're going to be really lean, which is awesome. But then if you like have an amazing quarter or amazing 2 quarters and you're not thinking about hiring and you've now like doubled or tripled your customer account. And I think right now in the world of AI, especially vertical AI, customers have a lot of expectations and they like want to work with you and they want you to be a partner, not a vendor. And it's like, when I use DocuSign, I'm not like wanting to speak to the CEO of DocuSign, but like our customers want to speak to me all the time. And it's a question of like, how do you scale that? And I think for the teams that aren't thinking about that, or are just like, we're going to be 10 people until we're 100 million in revenue, I think there's going to be a part where you're like, oh, like customer success is important. Like, yeah, we are churning customers because they're not getting that experience that we wanted. And so it's just, this probably isn't the most novel idea, but just a balance. I think you can be extremely lean, but don't lose sight of your customer love. Do they like working with you? Do they love the product? But I think for vertical AI, there's a lot of a partnership right now because they're trusting you to build these workflows that are running their business. And if you're not there to work hand in hand with them, they're going to go to somebody else. Like they just will, because there are others that they can go to.
I think the meta point for me, at least in every company that I'm working with, is like, you need to rethink org design end to end in this new age. And like one just good example is we met with there's this company that is incredible in how they've instrumented it, where they basically have customer success people that work hand in hand with the customers, like vibe coding the exact solution that they know the customer needs. It's not like going into some queue, being translated by a product manager and getting added to a backlog and getting pushed to production 18 months later when like the requirements have all changed, right? Like they're literally doing it. It goes to an engineering team that can build it in a scalable way on top of the existing code base. And like, that's a very fundamental shift from how software has been delivered historically. And so there isn't a playbook today on like what the perfect org chart looks like for a vertical AI business. But that's the approach that I think like more people need to think about, is like, how do you make iterations and adjustments to your software in a scalable way, like very quickly, by people on the ground, not by you in an ivory tower. And that changes the entire org chart. Like I've written a lot about like what that may look like. It's totally, I don't know, and I don't think anybody does. But as long as you're like really rethinking your org design and not following the old playbooks, I think that's where you want to be today.
Yeah, that's super interesting, Luke, and I think it is very interesting. Right? It's like we were all the time like software was really off the shelf software. Everybody gets the same, but maybe there's an opportunity now to create custom solutions kind of on top of your platform to help, really solve pain points for customers that in the past you would tell them either no or, it goes to the product team and maybe at someday we'll get to it if enough people want the same feature. But now maybe you have people on the ground that can build that scalably on top of your existing platform, and you can charge much more for it.
And I feel like it's pretty important for kind of the incumbent platforms too. It's not just the new age that can think about, oh, how should I hire? It's how do you actually drive the change management within your organization? And I think step one is make sure you get adoption of that tooling. I think the second piece is what we've all been talking about, which is like, what does org design actually look like in this world where design, product management, engineering is kind of blurred, like everyone's a builder. And so I think making sure kind of that next step is getting your orchestration so that you're not actually doing the actual execution of the work, but you're orchestrating the work internally. And then how do you tie that to your customer is kind of like the final aha moment, as you were talking about, Luke. But I think, an agent can do a lot of that too. Like if you do it right, not only your internal development, but you can touch your customers and really drive fast iterations.
So we're almost nearing the end. Kind of maybe a question here more about kind of the future prediction. Andrew, I'll go back to you. What was maybe one belief that you've held to in the last 5 years that has now changed and that you no longer believe in?
Yeah, I think we, in our view, we talk a lot about gravity, that we have kind of workflow gravity, there's account gravity, data gravity. I'd say that third leg of the stool, which was at one point in time, I thought a very strong moat, has eroded quite a bit on the data side. Like you're talking about a situation where companies are willingly handing over that data to LLMs, whether it be through an MCP or connections or folks just uploading the data directly. And so I do think that really puts the emphasis on workflow gravity and making sure that you are the system of action, because the data piece has eroded quite a bit over the last few years.
Awesome. Anyone else thoughts? Something that's changed that you think different, you see differently now? Or
I'd just say the role of product management, I thought was such a good place for like new grads to go into and focus on. And maybe I'm more contrarian here than others, but like I almost don't see a world where that is necessary anymore, or at least we're getting to that. And it's done by engineers, or it's done by people, with the deepest customer ties.
Okay. Go ahead.
One thing, like customers always mattered. I think they actually matter more now than even before.
Yeah.
Because so many people can vibe code and build things much faster, like an AI native startup can come from any vertical, any industry, but they may not know the customer that well yet. So if you're an existing company, you have your customers, you have really amazing CSAT and NPS, and you're innovating and you're super happy and like you're getting more customers to them and referrals, like there's usually a huge network effect by having happy customers. I think it's even more important today than it was before, just because competition and technology can happen so much faster. So it sounds silly, but like it always goes back to the customer in the end. And the more you focus there and delivering value to them, they're going to stick around, especially in SMBs. Like they don't want to move. They have zero desire to move. And they just want to, what Quinn's pointed, they want a trusted partner and not a vendor. So I think the companies that go in that direction and double down on that will be very successful.
Great. Quinn, any kind of last thoughts here?
Yeah, it's funny because somebody actually already said it at the beginning of the conversation that I think for the longest time I always thought it's just like the best product in the market is going to win, and like you just have a right to win because it's the best product. And I think so much of right now it comes down to your go-to-market motion, and what it comes down to is your relationships. And Urshad, you just kind of echoed it as well. Like people they're backing the AI horse that they're going to work with for the next 5 years, and they're entrusting you, and that's a relationship. And it's you just having the best product doesn't mean you're going to win. It comes down to how entrenched are you into these workflows? Can you get out of your ivory tower in Palo Alto or New York and go spend all your time on the road with your customers, deeply understanding their businesses? Can you show them that you could run their business just like they can? And then can you actually solve their problems? And so, yeah, just my last parting advice is get out of the ivory tower, get on site with customers. Just because, again, if you can have the best product and do that, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what I think we have done. And it's working really well. But just having the best product doesn't give you a right to win.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. So we're just at the minute. We need to wrap up. Thank you all for a super interesting and fascinating conversation. And for the audience there, please stay. Next session is going to be about agentic platforms and agents. Going to be a super interesting conversation as well. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Does your SaaS company offer websites? It's time to level up your customer's web presence and add a massive new revenue stream. This is how you can do it. With Duda, you can deliver seamless, fully branded websites. Customers can choose a custom design or build their own, while you control the editing permissions. Even better, your SaaS solution comes embedded out of the box with business data automatically synced. Ready to see how Duda fits into your offering?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Romy, Omer, and Mark. How are you doing?
Good morning.
It's
Great. Fired up.
Great. For the audience, good to see everyone. My name is Amir Glat. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Duda. I'm responsible for our product and technology. And today we're going to talk about agents. But before we do that, let's start with introduction for a great panel here. So let's start, Romy. Let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your company. Yeah.
For sure. Thank you for having me. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sensi AI. We develop a full platform for home care agencies. This is the vertical we're focused on. Those types of businesses are small medium businesses providing services to people that prefer to age in place. And we basically are taking over their entire tech stack, all the way from their system of records layer, including the point of care data, which we collect from the home through our audio AI technology, and all the way up to their workflows, one after the other, growing very rapidly. We are in all 50 states today. In the US, we have almost a few thousands of agencies across the country that is using us. And yeah, very, very exciting time to be in a vertical AI play.
Great, Romy. And so when did you found Sensi AI?
So we founded Sensi 6.5 years ago, back in 2020. We raised until today over something I didn't mention, over $100 million from great VCs, which I have the privilege to work with, Insight Partners, Oren Zev, and a few others.
Yeah, we even have a shared investor, Oren Zev, right?
Right.
In Duda a long time ago, in Sensi more recently.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I'm asking about the age of the company because so you probably built products before the AI boom. So interesting later on to learn about this transition to offering AI agents from a company that existed before.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Okay. So Omer, you're next.
Thank you very much. And, I thought when Romy said 6.5 years ago, that's so far away. I mean, I've started this company about 2.5 years ago, and so many things are changing. So 6.5 years ago is exciting. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. Very excited. I previously co-founded Tutango, the customer success platform. co-founded SalesPeak about 2.5 years ago and running the company. And SalesPeak is all about helping B2B companies. And the way we want to help them is by enabling an intelligent conversation between a buyer and a company. We have two main lines of products. One, when actually a human visitor comes to your website, how do we enable intelligent conversation? And second, which I think is going to be very relevant for our conversation today, is what's happening when the humans are not coming, when they're sending their agents, whether ChatGPT or dedicated buyer agents. So we also have a set of products that actually help them in trying to have an intelligent conversation over there as well.
Great, Omer. And I know that Duda, we're also using SalesPeak on our homepage as well.
And I love it, yeah.
Great. Okay, last but not least, Mark.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So Mark Organ, founder and CEO of Category Knots. I help companies mainly in B2B technology design multi-billion-dollar categories. And I've done that as an entrepreneur and also as a coach and as a consultant as well. And so I'm a veteran of the B2B SaaS world. I've founded and CEO of Eloqua, which has created the marketing automation space, and then Influitive, which created the advocate marketing space. So category design is my passion, and I love vertical SaaS. I said, often great companies are built one micro vertical at a time. And so I really love the idea of getting very specific on a niche that you know better than anyone else in the world.
Yeah, like in Duda, we are targeting lots of vertical SaaS companies, and I learned about different verticals like through our customers. It's always like surprising me how there is like a vertical SaaS for really like everything that you can think of.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant that you focus on vertical SaaS. It's super narrow, but you really can and probably are the best in the world at what you do.
Right. And Mark, so tell us a little bit more about Category Knots. Like, what exactly do you do there?
Yeah, so category design is about, basically just that, So if you think about some of the great categories that have, become huge, whether it's Tesla and all electric vehicles, or it's, HubSpot, which designed first inbound marketing, and now they're trying to expand out of there. When you're able to design that with a specific point of view, it becomes a magnet for demand, where at boards of directors and C-level people, they all feel like they have to have it. And you'll probably, if you think about some of the great categories in SaaS, you'll come to that same conclusion. And so, but there are a number of categories right now that are broken. Like one example would be like account-based marketing, which is kind of a broken category. And so I've helped a number of companies inside that space to create something that's bigger and different. And I have a proprietary method for doing that. That's all built around what I call the underserved hero. So understanding the person inside companies that are going to become more powerful and numerous because of changes in technology and society. And of course, there is nothing that is more elevating and disrupting than AI, and especially agentic AI. So I'm pretty busy these days. There are a lot of companies that are looking to see, well, how with agentic AI, how am I bigger and stronger? And I've got a lot of ideas on how to do that.
So that's great. So we really have, like, I think, a very diversified panel here. Companies that existed before AI, companies that like started after AI, and you, Mark, with all the industry knowledge that you are bringing. So I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion. And let's jump right into agents. So before we talk about, kind of like different questions and how do you prioritize and take decisions and so on, let's start by understanding what are the strategy of your companies today when it comes to agents. Romy, we'll start with you. Maybe tell us like which agents you already have in production, which ones you are working on or planning to work on. Give us a little bit of like, taste into that.
Yeah. So first of all, one thing I appreciate about what Mark said is that you know your market the best when you do this vertical AI approach, right? And we really know the nuances of the business we serve. And when I say we, it's like every single person within Sensi organization is really familiar with our ICP, with our type of business. And this is also what helps us prioritize our agents in the best way possible. So what we did is basically we split this type of business into three main areas of the business, which is the care aspect, which is what our clients are providing. This is their product, if you think about that. Then there is the ops agent, the ops area of the business, which is everything related to HR, hiring people, retaining people, scheduling, and all of that. And then there is the growth aspect of the business. So those are the three scopes we put together. And then we started to deliver one after the other agents that will help in every area that I just talked about. So the first agent we released to market was actually in the growth side of things, where it's nothing new to the world if you think about that. It's an SDR as a service kind of thing. It's an agent that literally take the leads and convert them into an assessment, which is the demo type of our industry. But we did it in a very specific way to our market that helped the adoption to be very, very quick. And also we placed it on top of our existing platform, so they don't need to interact with any new vendor. They don't need to have any, new kind of validation or assessment, and it made the adoption very, very quick. So today we have this SDR as a service that is widely adopted within our clients. And then the next ones that we delivered by the end of last year was, first of all, text messaging agent that is actually interacting with the caregivers in the field on and off hours. So we're providing that kind of support. And if you think about it, the businesses we're serving are SMBs. So every type of support we can give them is actually the owners of the business are now getting some level of relief through those agents that are acting on their behalf, which is a huge help. And the third one we just released is what we call a concierge service that is also taking over the main line of communication, the main phone line of the business, and triaging the calls based on intent, taking notes, and also directing specific intents to our specific leads agents. So, for example, the growth agent, the SDR as a service, if a call is coming into the business and we recognize this is a lead coming in, we will then send it to speak to our growth agent. So everything connects all together: the messaging aspect, the main phone line, and then all the different areas of the business.
So Romy, so how did you decide to focus first on the growth one? As you said, like you could start with the text assistant first. Is it because of you thought that this is going to be better revenue potential because it like relates to growth, because it's like something that is more easily to automate? Like what was like the thought process on prioritization?
So everything we do, we ask ourselves, what is our right to win? Why Sensi is the right platform to go and deliver such a product to the market and really win on that? And our main product, our core product, you said that AI wasn't existing back in the day, but actually we had an AI, just a different kind of AI, right? We didn't have the generative AI, we didn't speak about agents, but our core product is an AI product that actually collects the data from the home 24/7 audio data and produces more than 100 different types of insights into the changing needs of the seniors. Our value proposition then to the home care agencies is we will help you grow because now you're telling a different story to the marketplace. You now not just provide caregivers, but you provide 24/7 holistic care with our platform. What we saw that is happening to clients, to agencies that are using our product, is that they're getting more demand. And they're not able to follow up on that demand because they are a small, medium business and they don't have the right infrastructure to answer the phone all the time, be very consistent in the way they handle those leads. So we just saw a huge opportunity that is very connected to our core product already that drives this demand. And we said that this is a place where we can really provide huge value very, very quick to our clients. And it's very connected to our core offering, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Like for example, for us in Duda, where, we are trying to automate the entire, site building process. We also think about, okay, there are like agents for building and there are agents for doing, QA and quality checks. And there are agents for doing like planning. And we always like think ourselves like, okay, we're always like we want to cover everything, but where should we start? and we are also trying to say, okay, what's like really like Duda can do that others like general purposes AI tools like will not do such a good job, and so that's how we try to think about it.
Yeah.
Great. Omer, tell us about SalesPeak. Like, which AI agents do you have today?
I'll tell you about the agents, but I want to tell you first how we think about those agents, because I think it's important. And I want to steal something that Mark said, and I truly believe in that. If you find a role and you make it a champion there, I think that's great. I think one of the first example that I know was a company called Mercury that took a very boring position in the company, a QA manager, and made it like amazing. And I hopefully to Tango and Gangs, I did that for the customer success manager. My issue is that I'm selling to marketers, CMOs, and their world today is very, very, very chaotic. Speak with any CMO of a B2B company. They don't know if they're going to have a job in 3 to 6 months. They don't know what their job is going to look like in 3 to 6 months. They don't know, if they're going to have a team, what the team is going to do. They know what they've done before isn't working, and they know that the CEO and board is telling them, "Hey, you have to do things with AI. You have to do things with AI." So it's a very chaotic world. The way we think about it, and stealing again something that I heard from the previous session like 5 minutes ago, first thing is always you have to focus on the customer. Like really, you have to focus on the customer. In my case, we chose to focus on our customer and their customer as well. So if I'm going to help win the buyer of the CMO, that would be actually great. The second thing that we believe is that a real good use of AI has to change the experience. I think AI that is only being used for automation is table stake, and sometimes it's even actually the wrong solution. But if you use AI to create a much better experience, I think that's going to be amazing. Think of the first time that you get. Yeah.
Give me an example of what you just said.
So here's the thing. Take a look yourself. I don't know if any one of you actually drove a Waymo before in a Waymo. It's like, wow, it's amazing. How can you go back to something else, right? ChatGPT. I remember like 2 years ago, the first time I chatted with ChatGPT, it was, that's amazing. I felt something 2 years after, I'm still speaking about it. Those companies were able to create a different type of experience. It's not about automation, it's about an experience. And we're trying to identify what are the things that we can do in our business, and hopefully I'll be able to give some examples. And the third thing is run a lot of experiments based on data. We don't know what's going to work. Our market is changing all the time. Fortunately, we have a lot of data, and we're changing and pivoting. A couple of main agents that we have. The first one is actually an agent that learns everything about the company and then is able to have a conversation, a very intelligent conversation with the incoming visitor. Now, this actually is a combination of a lot of agents because it really depends on what the visitor wants and what they've asked, how they like to consume content. We're able to actually do those kinds of things. And another agent that actually sends insights back to the company and auto-improve. Again, we have data. We know that that kind of conversation works. That kind of conversation does not work. That was about until 10 months ago, and then we started seeing more and more, and we spoke about data, more and more agents are coming to companies' website. And we understand that, a lot of things in the marketing stack are working today if there's an agent at the end. And what we've done is actually an agent for agents. So if you have a buyer agent that is coming to your website or coming to your company, and I think there's going to be many, many ways that they'll come, what's the best way to identify it? What's the best way to have a conversation with it? And again, vice versa. And then the third one that I personally love, because that's something I wanted to do for 3 years and the technology wasn't there. We've done it in a weekend eventually, is we've actually built a buyer agent. Again, it's not for our customers. It's for their customers. So if you're an executive or if you're a B2B purchaser and you want to buy something, imagine you want to buy a marketing automation solution, and somebody like Mark actually is having a conversation with you and guiding you. Even the fact that Mark will know to ask you those 5 questions, I think it's an amazing to that. So we've built something, a skill in Cloud Code, and hopefully the community will help expand it, that really enables buyer to buy via AI. And I think eventually it's going to be a win-win where it's going to be the best experience for the company and for the buyer.
So interesting, like same question that I asked Romy about prioritization. So why did you decide to build like this agent? It sounds a little bit more far from your core focus, no?
I think for me, it was basically trying to see how the world is going to look like when a lot of people are actually going to use a buying agent. And I've been looking, okay, who's developing this buying agent? Why are companies not developing buying agent? And to be honest, I wanted my team to develop it, but it probably was a big effort. And then all the technology is changing so quickly, and we've decided to do it over a weekend.
Okay, cool story. Mark, tell us a little bit about your experience with AI agents.
Yeah, so one advantage that I had was I had a whole bunch of clients that were building agents, and I got a chance to see which ones worked and which ones didn't work and why they worked. And I saw lots and lots of mistakes and also some success. And the success that I've seen is when you have agents that work together as a team. I guess people call them agent swarms and whatnot. So I said, well, I want to go build my own. So in fact, I did, and I've shipped. It's actually 10 agents that work together, and it was the process that I have automated is my system for getting companies to product market message fit. It's something that I've done really well in my career. I've been able to get companies from having the wrong target market, the wrong message, the wrong pricing model, and a lot of other things that were wrong, and get them to the right one in about 6 weeks. And I've done that with human beings, so with myself, but then I would train someone at my client to kind of do the work that I did, and then have the VP of marketing and VP of sales and product and whatnot sort of work as a team in a very high tempo process of running experiments on different target markets, running experiments on different messages, get that coming back every day, and then analyzing what does it mean, and then let's run the next set of experiments. And so I decided to automate that process, and a lot of it, I mean, echoing what Omer said, is because that is where I could provide a better experience for my clients and more value. And frankly, I just didn't have the time to go and run these things myself. So it made sense to try to automate it. And also, like any other work that I do in terms of category design, the right category honestly just pops into my head. I don't know how to reverse engineer my brain that way. But my product market message fit process is a process that I think is automatable. And so I created a bunch of different agents in Claude Code. So one, for example, is an industry analyzer that is looking at the industry and trying to figure out where the bottleneck is or where the most painful and high friction part of that industry is. I've got another one that generates hypotheses. Actually, hypothesis generation is a really important agent that I've used more than once. And I think it's very valuable to have an agent that is giving you potential ideas that can then be tested. And so then it would test those ideas. I've also got agents that look at the organization to figure out where is the bottleneck in terms of the company. And then probably most importantly, a set of agents that does this rapid testing and experimentation and learning. So observing what's happening in the market, making sense of it, and then figuring out what the next experiment is. So far it's actually going pretty well. I want to have one master agent that's able to look at all this stuff. Right now, it still needs to be me, but it's still saving a lot of time. I still have, so I think these agents that I have are quite narrowly focused in terms of what they do. But yeah, my goal is to have a one master agent that sits on top of all of them and is able to basically do this autonomously. And I think if I do that, there's probably a multi-billion-dollar business in there somewhere. But right now, it still needs me.
Yeah, these are really cool ideas and cool agents. It's such a great time to be a builder right now. Mark, I want to know more. You told us that you saw a lot of mistakes of other companies building agents. Can you share some of those mistakes? That's interesting.
Sure. Yeah, probably the biggest one that I've seen are just agents that are too broad in their scope. Probably the most important thing I've learned is that they should be very narrow. I think of it kind of like the way you have a factory where really every human in that factory has a pretty limited range in terms of what they do. So that's probably one of the big. So I think rather than have single agents that do too much, what I've seen is that it's better to have multiple agents that work as a team. And if you think about it, that is the way that factories actually work. And I do think that is kind of what we're doing, is that we're building sort of these factories. And so I've learned to sort of mimic the way that the best of practice manufacturing kind of does. Probably another one that I've seen, I mean, this is not just exclusive to AI agents, but is not taking a lightweight iterative approach to things. So I think it's best to start small and limited and have rapid learning and experimentation. What I've seen is that often CEOs, maybe because they want to raise money or they want to impress their boards of directors, they promise a lot, and in terms of what their AI is going to do, as opposed to being more limited and use it like the way that I'm using AI. Like, I'm using AI to accelerate my business. I'm not trying to create something completely revolutionary. I'm taking something that I already do it pretty well, and I'm going to make it significantly better. And I have very deep domain expertise in this. Like, in terms of getting to product market message fit, I think I know it as well as anybody in the SaaS space. So I think I have a real advantage when it comes to building a multi-agent swarm, based on that.
But Mark, regarding like your last comment, don't you feel that because like building became like very easy and everyone has the same tools and the bar is so high that actually going for like, bigger goals, like bigger products, bigger agents is like what is expected?
I think it's expected, and I think it's a problem. I think boards of directors think that anything is possible. I think there's a lot of BS out there.
And Mark has a lot of experience with boards. I know.
Yeah, a lot of it starts with BS, boards of directors, and over-promising. Yes, all those things. And so, I mean, I look at it. I look at agentic AI technology as an accelerant. It's a technology accelerant. I love what Omer said about experience. So my two guiding lights are measurable value and experience. That's what we should be going for. Where do we apply it? You may talk later, is try to apply it on system bottlenecks. Like, what is stopping us from doubling our sales or tripling our sales?
And I mean, if I may, I love speaking about a problem, and I may be biased a bit, but automation versus experience. Okay, and I think a lot of companies are making the mistake of thinking, hey, let's do an agent. What's the first thing we can solve? Let's automate that process. And I think one of the best examples that I think is really firing back is all those AI SDRs that we see. And here's the thing. Companies took a process that I would argue is broken from day one. Like, nobody wants to speak with an SDR anyway, right? You don't want to speak with an SDR. And what they've done is automated that process. Instead of thinking, what is the right experience? They took something that is, a problem on day one, and then multiply it. And now, not that one company did it, 100 companies did it because it's very easy, which led to the fact that my email inbox and my LinkedIn inbox are full of spam with 50 messages that look the same every day. Now, they might be smart. Hey, I saw that you engaged with her LinkedIn. I don't care about that. They're smarter than before. So people that don't understand think it's an amazing thing. We can do things that nobody was able to do before. But if you didn't put the customer at the end, if you didn't think about the customer, it leads up to, again, me not reading email anymore. And I'm having like a personal agent on my email that's filtering everything else over there. So I think it's an example of, don't use agents simply to automate things. Think about, is it the right way to automate? And maybe you have a different type of experience that you can create. I think that's the most difficult one to think. But if you're able to nail that, create a different type of experience.
Yeah, that's a very interesting angle. And Romy, I want to get back to you. And actually, I want to talk a little bit about measuring success of agents. Like, how do you know that it's successful? How do you collect the right feedback? And maybe you can also, you said that your first agent was an SDR for your own vertical. Omer just said it like those SDR agents, he doesn't like them. How did you make sure that like your customers actually like, can benefit from them?
Yeah, no, I can really connect to what you said, Omar, about like, can we really disrupt this experience and create something 10 times better? Or are we just replacing a broken workflow from the get-go with something that is automated? And this is exactly the thought process we're going through. When we think about a specific workflow, can we improve the experience and the metrics, or are we just replacing a manpower at the end? And I think this is a mistake many companies are doing. They're just replacing someone. And I think also another mistake that many companies are doing on top of that is their pricing approach to that. They're saying, you can get rid of your X, so you will pay me the salary of your X and I'll develop an agent for you. And I think what we're seeing in that motion is, first of all, competition is coming, right? And then prices drop. And also people are not, sometimes they won't be willing, the more I think intelligent and educated customers won't be willing to put the effort into implementing a new AI solution just for replacing a manpower and a broken workflow without any improvement on the other hand. So what we're thinking also is how can we really create better performance? And we took a different approach also in our pricing strategy. We actually connected ourselves to the success of the business. So now our pricing model is percentages of top line or percentages of the business. And this is all we think about. We think, how can we help this business grow dramatically? And when we got into so it's not exactly an SDR as a service, it's more of an inside sales as a service, so it might have been misleading. But whenever a senior or a family member is calling to the agency to ask for service, now instead of the people, picking up the phone and walking them through the agency services, we're doing that with an agent. And what we did in order to understand the experience is we listened to hundreds, if not thousands of calls, and we saw what is broken in this workflow. And we created a workflow that is actually, I'll save you all the nuances and the details, but at the end of the day, we're now able to more than triple the conversion between a lead to an assessment with this agent. So we're not only replacing the manpower, but we're also helping them optimize their business. So this is what we're measuring. We're measuring the main KPI of this workflow, and we want to see at least 3x, 4x on what have been done before. And obviously, we're measuring adoption as well. So we want to see our clients adopting the product. And then with this, for example, with this agent specifically, it wasn't enough for us to see that they trigger this workflow for specific things. We wanted to see that they actually connected to their main lifeline of the business. So we call it live leads. Whenever a lead come in, we want to see this connection. We want to see that they're actually fully dependent on this workflow and do not have anyone else that is, standing by to pick up the phone. So this is for us like the holy grail. This is how we measure success for this specific agent. And we obviously want to see that this, continues for the long term and not something that they stop using.
And so Romy, how can you compare the conversion rate of before the agent when actually the practice needed to do it the sales person? How do you get access to this data?
Yeah, so we have very good partnership with our clients. We're actually asking them, and on our EBRs, we're asking them for their metrics, and then we're putting our metrics side by side. We're doing this apple-to-apple comparison to let them see the success of the agent in their specific agency.
Great. And very interesting what you said about pricing. Keep that thought. We're gonna dive into pricing in few minutes. And Omer, how are you measuring? You're coming from a company that measuring success a lot, right? To Tango, so probably an expert there. So what do you do now?
So I think measuring an agent isn't different than measuring anything else in the company. You have to break it into small parts and see what's working or not. Basically, is the agent doing things? Are the activities being done? And are those activities actually effective? Now, in some cases, you can actually measure the results. In some cases, not. I'll go back to my customer success background. The fact that somebody has an amazing installation of a customer success platform, does it affect the churn? Churn could happen because of 5 different other reasons. So I would say some technologies are very easy to measure and some technologies are more difficult to measure. And then you need to figure out what are the leading indicators on that. And I'll give you an example. When we measure our AI agent that sits on people's website, there's a lot of measurement, like how many people are actually accessing the conversation, or people starting the conversation. Those that are starting the conversation, how many of them are what we call meaningful conversation? How many of them are able to identify? How many of them are actually qualified? How many of them eventually converted? So converted, although it's the end, there could be many, many other things. Some of them we control, some of them we can't. But it's really important to understand. Then you break it down. Okay, let's say people are starting a conversation, but 50% of them are leaving after the first message. What can we change? Is it segmentation? Is it content? So it's actually, we have a set of, I would call it right now even an agentic system that measures those things, because we have different type of customers and each one of their customers behave differently, and really tries to find out what can we improve. And I can tell you that the technology improved dramatically, that literally things that took us 3 weeks, 6 months ago, not 6 months ago, my CTO is now doing it in 1 hour. So it's really exciting to see all those kinds of things happening right now.
Great. Mark, anything about measuring agents and like measuring success?
Yeah, no, I think to echo what Omer said, it's hard. The only agents that I'd really want to build, if I didn't, let's say, have equity in the company, or got some sort of bonus on sales, would be ones where I could clearly show that my agent was able to drive like hard measurable value. So in the case of my product market message fit machine, I have equity in all my clients. So when their business succeeds, then that equity goes up. That obviously is not going to be possible for a lot of agents. So it's an interesting idea, and I do wonder if we might see more of that. I know a long time ago, before I got into software, I was a management consultant at Bain & Company, and that was part of the value, was that whether Bain got equity or literally bought shares on the open market, they said, well, we know that we're aligned because when your stock goes up, we're going to make more money. But yeah, other than that, it can be pretty tough. You said there's a lot of confounding variables. It's hard to say, well, only our agent is what caused retention to go up. Retention's a multifactorial, sort of thing. But maybe again, if your agent is now more narrow, okay, so your agent is now more narrow. So let's say in customer success, which by the way I think is probably the hottest area of where I think agents are being applied right now. Let's say you have an agent that all it does is help the CSM understand the customer better. That's all it does. Okay, so it looks through all the public filings and CEO speeches and all of that stuff, and it presents that into the CSM, who now is better prepared. And you only charge for 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 quality executive business reviews. That's it. If the CSM and the client don't think it's at least a 9 out of 10, you don't pay. That I like. Okay, that's good. Now again, even there might be multifactorial things, but if the agent's job is to prepare the CSM, I think that you can charge on that. And I think the client loves to see that there's alignment between the value you generate and what you charge.
Yeah, so Mark, so actually that's also a very good segue for talking a bit about pricing and business model. And I think this is one of the difficult things that we are also trying to find out, because in the end, we know seat-based pricing, or in our case, many times it's published site, which is maybe equivalent to seats in standard enterprise software. Is we know it's really challenged. In the end, an agent is a seat. One agent can do the work of 100 employees, right? And usage-based pricing, of course, many are doing it, but we know customers are struggling with it. struggling to get predictability, struggling to adopt to that. Definitely when it's kind of like more SMBs or non-sophisticated buyers, like. And value-based pricing always sounds amazing when you talk about it, but the reality is that many times it's very difficult to make a model that works. I mean, I know like the story about like company like Intercom that are, charging their AI agent by solve the support ticket, which is great. But for example, when we try to say, okay, how do we do that for Duda? It doesn't translate very nicely into value. So I think a real challenge. Also, cost is a big deal. Variable cost. I don't know if it's like a thing for the agents that you're building, but for a company like Duda, our agents are many times cost quite a lot because they need to do a lot of work and a lot of technical work with lots of context. So that comes to the equation as well. So let's talk about it. How do you approach it? What were your considerations? Did you try different things? Romy, let's start with you about pricing.
Yeah, I don't know how unique is our situation, but I'll kind of like try to break down our thought process behind pricing. So first of all, we always look from the customer side of things. I think this is a key for success. Like it doesn't matter, how you want to see your your trajectory moving forward. Obviously, this is something you need to have in mind, but in order to get to true success, you have to think and be aligned with your customers' goals. And in our specific case, as you said, like working with SMBs, we knew that forecast is something that is, important for them. We knew that it will be counterintuitive for them to do a usage-based thing, because the more they use our product, like in their toughest time, we want them to use our product even more. So it's kind of like counterintuitive to the way their business operates. And because we knew that we're building a platform that will eventually take over their entire stack, we felt confident going out with a message saying we are partners to your business, right? Because taking a percentage from top line, if you think about that, this is a partnership by any means, right? But because of our value proposition, because we knew that we're going to be a full platform for them, like a black box that they can just put in their business and operate in all different fronts, we felt comfortable saying, we will help you grow, and we are taking a percentage out of that. And we also, when we pitch our pricing, one of the things that is the anxiety so much is we're saying, if you're declining from any reason, our pricing will decline with that. So it's kind of like a downside protection, which means a lot to businesses from that nature, from small, medium businesses. If they lost a few clients overnight, our pricing will go down overnight as well. And I feel like this one really is their decision-making process.
Interesting. That's a pretty unique one, right? Taking like part of the top line for a vertical SaaS. I didn't hear about that a lot.
And also, if you think about that, there is no, first of all, when we are in a fast-growing industry as well, so connecting ourselves to the top line also means that, while we're spread across the country and wide enough, we will also grow eventually. And we also prove that our NDR is actually like very high now with that new model. We just rolled it out at the beginning of this year. So we have almost 100 logos by now with that specific model already implemented.
What did you do before, like kind of like seat-based, like normal seat-based?
So we did a flat rate approach based on the size of the business. Yeah. So it worked for us. It worked for us well, but we saw an opportunity to increase our ACV. So it's almost tripled our ACV actually, with giving something more, in my opinion, healthier to the market.
Is the AI revolution and AI agents was a factor in this decision to change the model?
Of course, because this is what now allowed us in very short period of time to become this full platform that operates their business, right? Before, we've been a platform that focuses specifically on the care element. Again, we collected data from the home, we helped them get better care decisions, but now we're actually operating their business A to Z with the help of the different agents. And also it helps us overcome any kind of competition from any kind of point solution that is coming into the industry, because we're not nickeling and diming them on every new agent we're releasing to the market. And it also eases the adoption and help us with this land grab of all of our different agents. So now people that are using Sensi won't think twice is to implement the inside sales SDR AI. They won't think twice is to implement our text messaging agent, right? It's a no-brainer for them.
Yeah. Is there any cost consideration, like between your customers? Can one customer, like, cost much more than another one for you? Or it's not like a really something that is like so important right now?
Theoretically, they can, but in reality, the usage of our agents is tied in a way to the growth of the business, right? A business with 200 clients will use a specific amount of calls. They have a specific amount of leads coming in, right? And they have a specific amount of caregivers that they need to manage. So it's kind of like it's aligned on the usage as well.
Maybe I'll ask it like, a little bit like, differently, something that like, we do see and talk about in Duda. Due to AI agents, do you feel that like your gross margin is going to go down because of the cost of like those AI agents, or it's not applied to your solution?
First of all, I think time will tell. I think we're too early in the journey to really, I cannot give you a specific number. For now, we did see that our gross margin were actually improved because we tripled our ACV, right? But as time will go by, we will ship more and more products to the marketplace. And there is so many changes also on our side on how we pay on, tokens and all the competition that is coming in with the call services and text services that we're using. So everything is kind of like moving as we go. This is why, for me, I'm a big preacher on like just think from the eyes of your customer. This is the only thing we need to really focus on.
Interesting.
I can relate to that. I'll give you some examples with us. By the way, I think pricing is a very complicated question, and it's really different because different type of companies. I mean, if you're selling to enterprise companies, you cannot have the same pricing model as companies that are selling to SMBs. It's a different thing. So definitely number one, and Romy is 1,000% correct, is put the customer first and see what's going to be easier for them. I think what's nice about each one of us is that we're not only thinking about pricing our products, we're also the ones that are actually approving purchasing in our companies. And I see what other companies are actually trying to sell me. I have a rule in the company, something that we apply to ourselves and trying with most of our providers. SalesPeak, for example, doesn't have any requirement for an annual commitment. Or all our contracts are months to months. And the VCs are like, oh, wow, but why? And remember me, my background is retention, right? Renewals, and sign customers for 3 years because you don't need to deal with renewals. So I think it's good for the customer. I think it's good for us. The reason that it's good for the customer, it's very easy for them to make a decision. Just, trust, just start and those things. The reason it's good for us is because our customers actually needs to make a renewal decision every month. And I think it actually makes our product in our company much better, and we have amazing retention rate because of that. So that's one thing. The second thing is when you think about pricing, for me, I'm using two levers. One is how can I reduce the friction as much as I can? Again, we're not selling high-end enterprise deals, so we want the sales cycle to be quick. So how can we reduce the friction and make the decision easy for them? And second, we want it to grow without the need to sell again and sell again and sell again and sell again. So I think one of the things we're doing similar to Romy is all of the features are available. Like there's nothing, we add features, everything is available. And we charge by number of what we call meaningful conversation that our AI did, whether with humans or with agents.
Like similar to what I mentioned with Intercom, like value-based.
It could be. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but could be some other complexity there. But my bet is that you can be a company that only has like 20 conversations a week or a month. That number is going to grow. It's going to grow because we're going to do a good job, but it's going to grow because I'm assuming that buyers are going to opt in for, hey, where's your AI? Or here's my agent. Let my agent speak with your agent. So whether it's going to take 3 months or 2 years, I don't know. But those things are going to grow. And we have customers that actually don't pay us any money because they're on a free tier. And we have customers that are paying us a few $100s a month. And we have customers that are paying us a few $1,000s a month. Again, remember our stage was still a startup. So our goal is not definitely to optimize the best ARR right now, but actually grow. But these are the levels that we're actually using. minimal friction and with a parameter that will grow.
So Omer, so like, meaningful conversation for one company could worth a deal that like would be like, $1 million deal.
Yeah.
And for another company it could be like $1,000 deal. So how do you?
It is challenging, and I can tell you where we have some big customers with not a lot of volume, and they're not paying us a lot, which is fine. I mean, I can't solve it for everything. So that's what we're doing right now. And you're right, because there's different value points to different things. A lead could worth X of 100X, like churn could work like this. I can't solve everything right now. What I'm solving is, let's have happy paying customers that are growing. And, once we have that, the trajectory is great.
Great. Mark, what do you have to say about pricing for AI agents?
A lot, but I'm gonna keep it brief. So I love this topic of pricing. I'm amazed at the amount of time and effort that people will put into features in their product, and then they just throw a price out there, and they don't do like any product management on it. When you actually look though at like some of the companies that have scaled the most, it's not just a product innovation. It's almost always a pricing innovation, almost always. And the reason why is there's a fundamental quality of human beings called risk aversion, where we as people are willing to overpay to reduce our risk. That's why we have a multi-trillion-dollar insurance industry. And so what I encourage my clients to do, and I do a lot of work on pricing with my clients, because if you really have a new category, you should not price like everybody else. You should price differently if you really truly have a different category. So I do a lot of work on pricing, and what I encourage them to do is to really understand the value and experience that customers want, and charge that way. And the closer we get to value, the better. The great thing for me about the whole agentic revolution is now everybody now has to get smart about value. And so if you don't have a value component, I think you're hosed. So you definitely can't just do seat and even usage. Like, is that usage actually valuable usage? So like Omer, you're distinguishing between valuable usage and not valuable usage, and you're only going to charge for valuable usage. That is a direction I think that everybody has to go in. And I would even go to say is, if you can't get that, then why build agents to do it? Because you're not going to be able to monetize it very well. So you should look for opportunities where you can do that. So I think there probably should be some sort of base fee. If there's no base fee, then there's really there's no skin in the game for the customer. The customer's got to put some skin in the game. And then you probably need something that if people blow the usage like crazy, there's got to be some way that you don't lose your shirt if they do that. But then the most important component really is that value. I'll give you an example from one of my clients that has a fantastic product in marketing asset production. And they used to charge by seat, and I said, nope, you're not going to charge by seat anymore. We got to change that. And then they said, well, let's charge by the number of assets. But again, not all assets are equally valuable. If they have an agent that helps to optimize these assets, let's charge on the number of optimized assets where you've actually made a change in them. And that is clearly tied to value as far as my clients' customers are concerned, and they're happy to pay it. So that's what I would look, and it's hard work. Like someone should build an agent. I should build an agent for this. I should build an agent to help figure out, like a hypothesis generator, to say what are some ideas around how to have something that is clearly tied to value. I could do that right after this meeting. I think that's actually going to make a lot of money.
What do you mean? Take the recording of this meeting, put it to Claude, and tell Claude to actually build it.
That's
Mark, you should do it during the meeting.
Yeah. That's true. I should have an agent that is listening to this right now and is in real time making ideas. That's awesome.
Great. Okay, guys. So let's shift. Like we talked about pricing, let's shift to a topic that I think is very important. I'm thinking about it a lot as like the product, leading the product at Duda, is really the differentiation against like the general purpose AI, differentiation of our agents versus Claude, and versus like ChatGPT and Gemini. And because we know, like, let's face it, whatever your agent is doing, I'm sure that, like, Claude can do 80% of it today. And our customers, at least our customers, like, have Claude and they have ChatGPT, and they're paying for it already, and they have access to it. And maybe it's not true for Romy, that, like, maybe Sensi is, like, running their entire, like, software, but it's not true for everyone, right? Not true for Omer, not true for Duda, not true for different companies. And they have access to those, like, tools. They're paying for them, and they always, like, ask themselves, okay, why would I do it with Duda versus I'll do it, like, with Claude or with ChatGPT? And I'm sure it's a question that your customers are asking sometimes, like, themselves. So how do you make sure that your agents have enough differentiation? How you defend versus the general purpose AI tools that are getting stronger and stronger, and sometimes even like, cheaper, like, compared to using their APIs? So let's talk about that, Romy.
Yeah, I think that, I can say that our agents are different. I can say that we have specific data for a specific segment, whatever. Like, again, we heard multiple conversations. We decided, for example, with this inside sales, we decided that one of the things they need to do best is to show empathy, because usually clients that are calling to a home care agency, that they are in an oh shit moment, right? Mom just got out of the hospital, whatever. So this is one thing we guided this agent to do, or whatever. But I think this by itself is not a moat, right? It cannot compete with the Anthropics of the world that can come and do the same themselves. I think that what creates a moat is, first of all, the packaging and what you provide as a whole to your clients to ease their tech stack, right? Because when they need to use a bit of Anthropic, a bit of something else off the shelf, a bit of that, a bit of that, it creates also challenges in the workflows. They need to integrate everything all together. They need to think through the workflows A to Z. So this is one mode. The other is, how can I connect their entire lifeline of the businesses into one platform? So again, we're connecting to their main line, we're connecting to their text messaging, we're connecting to the point of care data. So everything plays together, and it creates connected workflows all across their business, right? When a lead coming in to call their main line, it knows to go directly to our sales agent. When a caregiver calling in for a call out, it knows to go specifically to our ops agent. So this is the kind of moat. And also, again, if we're going back to pricing, how can you give them something that will ease their financial burden, because their tech stack becomes so expensive now? Maybe, moving forward, it will be their main budget, their main expense, right? Agents and tech, more than manpower, which was back in the day, or back in 2025. So we're shifting on that as well. So how can I create something that will, and this is where the vertical AI play is becoming super compelling, because your CAC, your go-to-market remains the same. You're just expanding your offering so you can build something more affordable to the marketplace that will compete with other off-the-shelf products. Another thing I'll say is that, for example, on our voice services, we can choose all kinds of different providers to run on top, right? We can work on top of 11 Labs, on top of VAPI, on top of whatever, and we need to find constantly the best platforms and to constantly fine-tune them to fit what we need. For example, at some point in time, VAPI decided to destroy one of their voices, which made other solutions very robotic. So we need to go through a process of which we want to go to 11 Labs? Do we want to maybe switch sound? We chose all kinds of different sounds. We tried it out. So also us being this kind of
it goes a lot to what Omer. It goes a lot to what Omer said about really like the experience. Really trying to give them a much better experience compared to.
I don't think they have the capacity or the will to do that themselves, right? So we are kind of like the proxy for that.
Yeah, that's great, Romy. So thanks, guys. We have only like 2 minutes. This is like so much fun. I have so many questions, but have only like two more minutes. So let's like switch. Omer, Mark, and Romy. Let's say final words. Like, what's kind of like one like good lesson that you want to kind of like share with the audience, Omer?
I think we've said it all. It's about always be in the customer's shoes. And don't get blindsided by, hey, there's a new technology that can do a lot of things. Really think thoughtfully on that's an amazing opportunity to create a completely set of experience that put the customer first. That's the way to run the business. There's nothing else.
Great. Mark, last word from you.
Narrow. That's what I love about vertical SaaS. Get hyper narrow in terms of who your target market is, what your agents actually do. More than ever, you've got to be the best in the world at something, and you're more likely to be the best in the world at something if you're narrowly focused. So, like, what is the center of your bullseye? Get your agents working on that problem, your system bottleneck, and then iterate quickly before you think about expanding.
Great. Romy, last word from you.
Yeah, I think think backwards, like try to envision now knowing, everything about the capabilities of AI agents, knowing the landscape, knowing competition, knowing your clients, envision the future. Think what is the ideal case scenario, how this industry should look like after we implement all the different solutions, and try to think backwards about your strategy. How am I building towards that? What is the right prioritization? What is the right pricing model? All of those questions we just discussed.
Guys, this was like so much fun. Seriously, like we could go on for another hour, like easily, but we have to finish now. And we have another very interesting session going really deeply into pricing with Abigail from the Duda team, and Abby Hartman, who is like a real expert in pricing. So please stay. And Romy, Mark, and Omer, I thank you very much. I enjoyed talking to you. And goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Does your SaaS company offer websites? It's time to level up your customer's web presence and add a massive new revenue stream. This is how you can do it. With Duda, you can deliver seamless, fully branded websites. Customers can choose a custom design or build their own, while you control the editing permissions. Even better, your SaaS solution comes embedded out of the box with business data automatically synced. Ready to see how Duda fits into your offering?
Hey everyone, I'm Abigail. I'm from the Duda product team, and I just watched the last session. Seems super interesting, and now we're excited to jump into monetization and talking about how monetization is working in an AI world. We have Eddie Hartman here from Simon Cooker. Did I say that correctly? Is that right?
If you're in North America, you say Simon Kucher, like Aston Kutcher.
Okay.
If you're in Europe, you say Simon Kucher.
All right. So I got the European result in my Google search when I checked how to pronounce it.
And if you're in the Middle East, you say it any way you like, I think.
Great. So we'll have you go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone, and then we'll get started. Eddie's going to present to us a very interesting presentation on AI monetization, and start just asking questions in the chat as you have them, and we'll answer them as we go.
Yeah, and Abigail, just a quick question before we get started. I see that my slides are up. Is that right? Or would you like me to share my screen, which I was prepared to do?
I am not. There we go. All right, now we see it.
Okay, great. And to advance the slides, I just clicked let's just test it. Okay, great. Yeah, so hey, everybody, I'm Eddie Hartman. People bring me out all the time to talk about AI monetization. Just a little bit about me, because I think it's important to know, why should I listen to you? What do you know? I was an entrepreneur. I started some companies that didn't work, also some that did. I was lucky enough to sell a company. And then I started a company with some friends called LegalZoom, which is publicly traded in the US. I also helped get a company off the ground called Ironclad, which is in this contract lifecycle management space, all of which is to say I was an operator for a long time, and I would employ consultants. Along the way, I was told to engage with this firm, Simon Kucher, or Simon Kucher, Abigail, which I never really heard of before. But it turns out that Simon Kucher has been in business for 40 years. And they were begun in Germany in 1985 around this question of, how do you price things? And there's a sort of magic to this, really. I think we all think of price, or at least if you're like me, you think of price as how much am I going to pay for this thing? Is this going to be $1 or $2? Is this a $10, ticket, or is it a $20 ticket? We found that the right way to think about price is actually as the counterpart to value. And that's a really, I think, pivotal insight. Price is sort of like the shadow created by value. And if you don't, for example, create the right perception of value, then you can't expect to get the right revenue back from the market. You always need to think about, are you communicating what you have to offer? And interestingly, the way that you price, we're going to call it the price metric, which is fancy, but by the slice or by the pie or by the head, or if it's prefixed by the course, it matters, right? So how do we measure what we're going to charge? As a quick example, we were working with Michelin tires. Michelin had come up with a better tire than they ever had. And this is for the truck industry, where prices are extremely competitive. And so the question was, for this much better tire, what could they command in terms of an increased price? And they'd done their study, and they found that they could raise prices by about 5%, which in the trucking market at the time was amazing. 5% price increase, incredible. But then they looked at it and they said, wait a second, these tires are much better. They're 20% more durable. And so even though they'd get a 5% price increase, their customers would need 20% fewer tires. That math doesn't work. You're losing money. So what can you do in a situation like this? And the answer turned out to be change the metric. In specific, and again, they're selling tires to these large trucking fleets. They went from, I will sell you a tire, to I will give you a tire, and I will charge you based on the kilometers or miles driven. And this did two things. One, it emphasized what was so great about the tire in the first place, more durable, but it put it on a metric that was better for the customer, because in places like France, people go on strike, trucks don't move, and so you don't have to pay for the tire. But then also, you can take the bill for the tires, like the bill for the petrol or gasoline, and pass it on to the end shipper. From this one innovation, Michelin went from number 3 to number 1 in truck tires. And more to the point, they rescued what would have been a disaster and turned it into a triumph. So today we'll be talking a little bit about price metric. In fact, let's talk about what will we be talking about. We were going to talk about how to charge. So when we think about the framework, should your meter be usage-based? Should it be outcome-based? What other changes should be made? Just as Michelin changed the way that it charged, what should you do? Who should you be charging? And when we think about who, now we think about packaging. You can have the very same thing with the very same perceived value, but one group of people see it very differently than another. If you're a student, you don't see a point to a help desk that's 24/7. If you're in business, maybe you think it's vital and you wouldn't buy without it. You can create packaging that corresponds to how two different groups see the same thing, but assign a different value to it. And we should do the same thing with AI. And then finally, when we're actually taking the field, when we're actually rolling out AI, what should we think about? We're going to conclude with, I know many people are worried that AI is going to absolutely rock their world in a negative sense. So we'll end with a conversation about that. But really, we want to set time at the end to get your questions. Your questions are very important. AI is one of these incredibly dynamic, fluid areas. You read a book on AI and, by the end of the week, you wish you hadn't because it's so stale. So please ask questions. We'll try to field them as we go. But getting into the material, when we talk to firms about what they're seeing in AI and what challenges they're facing, there are these 3 big areas. The first of which is, am I going to miss out on monetization? I've made a big investment, but will I capture it? If you don't have a way to monetize and monetize deeply your AI, you are going to wind up potentially with a very expensive footprint that you will not recoup. Tokens are expensive. Your AI investment is expensive. So what are you going to do to monetize AI? The second thing, and second and third really is more on the defense side. Am I going to have a huge failure in my revenue model going forward? I used to charge based on the seat. I would sell 100 seats, but now people want 10 seats, and all of those seats don't have humans on the other side. They have agents, and they're going to absolutely destroy my revenue model. What can I do about this? Or maybe my product itself won't be necessary. Someone will vibe code exactly what I'm doing. How do I defend against that? So we'll talk about all these three things, but we'll give much more weight to number one, because I think people came here today to say, how can I actually monetize AI, as opposed to how can I defend against an AI future? So getting into it, we want to talk about the metric first and foremost. What we see really is that the market is shifting in a way where people have not yet followed. The way that people want to buy is different than it was even just a few years ago. And the way that people want to monetize is changing pace as well. So when we say that in monetization, you are creating more value with AI than you are ready to monetize in many ways. If you're only charging by the seat, if you do a traditional SaaS model, you may be producing far more in terms of value than you ever did before. If you're serving up, for example, data, and you used to be assured that a human being could only read through so much data in a given period of time, but now through AI, people can consume quite a bit more, or you can provide quite a bit more. How will that change your future? The models that we see emerging are very new and very different, and we have to be ready to capture this shift in the industry. Here, of course, we have Sam Altman, who again, 5 years ago, we would have said, oh, Sam Altman, he's the guy who does Y Combinator. But today we say, of course, Sam Altman, OpenAI, right? What a shift. And he says, I thought I'd just choose a price for OpenAI and we'd make some money. And he fully admits, I got it wrong. So even Sam Altman, even with his background, even with Y Combinator, even with OpenAI, he admits freely, we didn't do it well. It's a big challenge. We shouldn't underestimate this challenge. We should also acknowledge that most people are getting it wrong. 75% of those, we did a big study, people who provide agentic AI, they don't know how to price their own solution. So this is a big challenge. We also know that the way, even though anyone can just think about this and say a usage-based model, an outcome-based model would be a much better way to capture value, most people are still on seat-based or fixed fee. People are hoping to monetize AI, and they're hoping to bring in one, possibly two metrics. How do I bring in two metrics, by the way? Just a quick step back. I say, I'm going to charge you based on, for this hotel room, based on the nights that you stay. One metric, charge you by the night. But there's a hidden second metric. If you try to bring 10 people from Duda on a sales conference and put them all into the same hotel room, the hotel will say, no, I'm sorry, you need to buy additional hotel rooms. So there's a second metric. The second metric is occupancy. But you're not being charged on occupancy. You're being charged on the number of nights. And yet occupancy is a price metric. So many AI firms are saying, I know that I need to shift. I know that I need to get away from seat-based. I'm considering bringing in one or more price metrics. Two is actually quite frequent. You shouldn't think that you're just limited to the main metric, how I charge. You can bring in a second metric in multiple ways. The hotel is, I think, a fun example, but there are a lot of different ways to do it. When we think about what will people accept, though, okay, so I'd like to charge differently. What do people want? We see that people are actually very open to usage pricing. The idea that people will resist this is not correct. And again, a very large study that was done, we see here that 18% of buyers are willing to be charged based on cost to serve. 25% of buyers they prefer to be charged based on the activities that are done. 33% are willing to be charged based on output, and an additional group of people would be willing to be charged based on the outcome that was delivered. A minority, a really small minority, want to be charged strictly based on the number of users who are able to access. And yet many of us are still in a seat-based world. Now, when I said
Eddie, can I jump in to ask you a question about that?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you find that tends to vary based off of the type of buyers that you're talking about, or is that pretty consistent across the board?
No, it's a great question. And there are some industries that I think are much, much more fixed on a seat-based. Law would be an example of an industry that is still stuck on a seat-based. And yet, even law is willing to consider output or usage metrics. I'll give you a quick example. I say, I am going to go to court for you every day, and I am going to put in a certain amount of time. This is an output metric. I'm going to create a document for you. It's an output metric. If I say, though, I'm going to only get paid if the judge says, Abigail, I'm going your way. You win this case. This is an outcome metric. If we say, you're only going to pay me if the document is successfully accepted by the court, that's an outcome metric. So this is a bit of a risk for firms. They may say, I can see going to an output metric, but is an outcome metric the right way to go? But yes, you're right. It's definitely different sector by sector. Some sectors are still really fixed on a seat-based. And even for sectors, and I'd say it's the majority that are willing to go to a usage-based, how they want to be metered, what is the right usage charge is very, very different. A lot of firms would love to participate in the upside. And so a natural usage metric should be, well, I'm making you more money. If maybe you're in the accounting world and you say, I want to charge based on the dollar of the tax return. I will tell you, I've seen 3 different studies. That is not going to be successful.
No.
Why should you participate in the upside, the financial upside of my company? They see that as a tax. And yet some companies are able to do this. Shopify is able to do this. They're able to say, I'm going to take a percentage of all the sales that are made. So it's a very, very precise question. What usage metric will work? But as an overall, as a gestalt, as a general story, the world is increasingly accepting of usage metrics so long as you get it right. You do have to think carefully about what usage metric will work. And if people have questions about what have I seen working in terms of usage metrics, I'd love to discuss it further. How do you know if you are in a position to go to a usage metric or possibly to an output metric? And I'll give you 2 recent companies I've worked with. One was using AI to help with social emotional learning for children, for 3rd graders, well, grade school kids. And, for here, it's really hard to quantify. What was the output? If I helped your child to become a better learner, if I helped them with emotional regulation through this AI platform, very, very difficult to quantify. It's also very difficult to say, do we see a future in which AI will replace our 3rd graders? Probably not. We will have the same number of school kids next year as this year. Adjusting for population. Contrast that with a company that might say, if the AI is adopted well, then it potentially will replace people. It will replace part of the workforce. It is autonomous potentially and doesn't need anyone to run it. And then the question is, okay, so you're saying that you will actually replace people. If you use this AI, you won't need a human to do the same job, but can you quantify the value of that job? Low, medium, high. If it's very high and can also replace people, if the quantification is crisp, I can point to a dollar figure. And if the replacement value is also high, this is where you really might want to think about a metric that is an output metric. So the green band is where you really might want to say, for my AI innovations, I will charge based on the output. And I will give you an actual scenario of how this worked. One of my partner colleagues was previously the chief operating officer at Intercom. If you don't know Intercom provides what we call CSAT. It's customer support function. So this is automated customer support. And originally, Intercom said, hey, you know what? If we can replace a human in the loop for customer care, pay us the money. Pay us the money. That should be that's the outcome. The outcome is that we replaced a person. Well, they tried to sell this, Abigail, and people weren't buying. They said, but what if you replaced the person and the output was terrible? And so they had to add 2 additional criteria. The first criteria was the customer needs to rate the interaction a 4 or 5 star. The second was the customer should not come back and ask the same question again within a few days. That's an indication that even though they might have been nice and given you a 4 or 5 star, they didn't really get a good answer. So Intercom said, we will add these 2 things. And what did they really do? They increased the quantification. The attribution now moved from low to high. Now we can say the value clearly was generated by Intercom. They got a high rating. The person didn't come back. We will pay you. Intercom on an outcome basis. It was like the court example that I used earlier. The judge says, Abigail, you win. Okay, great. But notice also, we've now put this in the hands of a third party. It's a judge saying, Abigail, you win. What if the judge had a bad breakfast? Now I, the lawyer, don't get paid. What if Intercom goes to a place where people are more critical? By the way, if you know anyone from the Scandinavian countries, Denmark, for example, they are very critical. If they think you did a great job, they give you 2 stars. An outstanding job, 3 stars. They don't give, their mother might get 4 stars. God gets 5 stars. But then what happens to Intercom's business model where they only get paid on a 4 or 5 star if they go to Denmark? So this is very risky. When you move to outcome, you better be very clear about your attribution, and you have to understand that oftentimes the way that you attribute it means you're introducing risk because a third party will get involved. And can you say whether or not they were going to vote your way or not, even if you put in the work? It looked like you have a question, Abigail.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you find, or maybe this will be something that you'll touch on afterwards, what is the best process for building confidence around going in that direction? Because obviously there is a lot of risk in it.
All I can say is really understand not just how things look under the prevailing conditions, but how it might look for things like market expansion, new product introduction. Will you still be able to charge using the same outcome criteria? And what if things change? Because your competitors are undoubtedly watching you. If you introduce an outcome metric, they may say, we need to do this as well, or we'll lose business. And if you've introduced an outcome metric that turns out to be bad for you down the road, you may be in a bad place yourself. I had a client once upon a time that had entered into a very bad deal. They had agreed to ship flat screen TVs for a major Korean manufacturer of flat screen TVs. And what they did was they knew what the average size of a TV was. And they said, great, we will give you a rate based on the number of units that you want to ship. What they did not know, and what the South Korean manufacturer of televisions did know, is that the Chinese glass market was in a big slump. And many of these Chinese glass factories that have these huge rolling presses to produce this type of screens that we have on our flat screen TVs, they're about to be almost vacant. So they could sell the glass, they'd have to sell the glass at a very low rate. And what this meant for the Korean TV manufacturer is they could suddenly make much larger TVs. And what happened to my client then? Wow. They were charging based on the number of TVs. They never thought the TVs would be so huge and frankly also delicate to ship. So I think if anyone is thinking about an outcome metric, and you should because more and more people are asking for them, ask yourself, what could change in the future? I would encourage you to do what's called red teaming, which you haven't done it. It just means stand up a few people in your office to essentially be devil's advocate and think about what could happen and try to incorporate that into your plan. I have a client right now that was so bullish. By the way, a very big client, Abigail. This is a company you definitely know. They were very bullish on the idea of an outcome metric until they began to look at some of the things that could go wrong. And here's where they're going now. Because we are doing the output, the equivalent of because we are going to court every day and defending you, we can't guarantee the judge will say yes, but we will say that the judge will be more likely to say yes. If you look at 100 cases, your odds of winning went up. So is it an outcome metric? Kind of. Your probability of getting a favorable outcome has been increased, but it's really metered on output. It's really metered based on usage.
Oh. Very interesting. It's a lot of challenges out there today.
There are a lot of challenges out there, yes, but the good news is that everyone is facing these challenges. So a lot of people right now, as I think we showed earlier, also making a few mistakes. One thing that's increasingly attractive to people is a credit model, and I'll try to go through this material quickly because it's a little dense. This is very flexible. How do we introduce a credit model? We say, well, look, we're not going to give you a specific meter, like we're not going to charge you based on the wedding guest and how much food they order or something. We're just going to give you credits, and then you'll use these credits flexibly. You'll draw down on the credits. This also helps us to get away from some of the complexity of like, well, maybe we charge for an AI agent based on the task done. Okay, but what defines a task? And are some tasks different than others? If you say, no, you're going to buy credits, and then we'll draw down on the credits, that does tend to make things a bit easier. However, even though people really, really want this credit model, they say, this actually sounds like a really good idea. I'm willing to explore a new solution area if you give me credits, because if I've got the credits sitting around, I'll try new things. And I like the idea of a credit model. It seems like a good idea to me. Note that the red bar at the bottom, these are people who are saying, honestly, I think that if you offered a credit model, I would probably say no. So you have to test. 75% of people said neutral or better, but that means 25% of people say, if you do this, I'm not going to go with you. And some of the things that people point to is, I'm worried that I won't be able to estimate the number of credits that I need, for example. Or I'm worried that it'll be unfair under the hood. You will say, oh, wait a second, you had your AI do this task. That's a 3-credit task or a 5-credit task. And I don't agree. I feel like that task should only be 2 credits. It introduces complexity. It introduces uncertainty. I don't like it. But again, credits really are becoming a big thing. They help with revenue growth. They make customers stickier because if you've pre-bought a bank of credits, you want to use them. It's like you bought a certain number of car washes for the year. Well, you're going to keep going back to that car wash because, hey, I've got the credits sitting around. It does help to unlock new areas. Cross-selling is much more possible with credits. It simplifies things. If it's all credits across the board, you don't have to worry about multiple metrics. And it's frankly a way to monetize so many different things, including data. I don't know if you have many people doing that, but it enables you to get to a more advanced model quicker. So a lot of things that are great about credits, but some watch-outs as well. So you need to make sure that you are defining what a credit is based on the delivery. And a good rule of thumb is that you should never set a credit so that it's less than 50% of the of what you're going to get. Meaning the gross margin on a credit should be at least 50%, if not better. If you're not getting at least 50% gross margin on your credit, you've got to relook your plan. You also need to think about what creates the consumption. Is it going to be based on an outcome? Is it going to be based on how long people are engaging in a task? Is it going to be based on the number of actions? And you want to keep it as simple as you can. If you say, well, to sit on this ride at the Abigail amusement park is 1 credit. But if you want to go to the roller coaster, that's 17 credits. People are going to start to say, this is too complex, or I think you're pulling a fast one on me. So as much as you can, keep everything even. All the rides are 1 token, except for maybe this one is 2 tokens, but try to keep it relatively constant. Best practices. So we often get asked, what should I do if people use up all their credits? And the answer is, it depends upon your strategy. If you want people to commit to a really big bite up front, then consider if they use up all their tokens or all their credits, you then want to ask for more money. That way you say to them, hey, if you pre-buy the credits in bulk, it's at a lower rate. But if you run out of credits, then it'd be a higher rate, right? If, on the other hand, what you're looking for is overall stickiness, you may say, listen, I'm going to give you a huge bank of credits, and then if you use them all up, they'll be at an even lower rate. You've earned your way into a lower rate. And what you're looking for there is stickiness. Best practice, if you don't know which way to go, just say, hey, if you need additional credits, you're going to be able to get them at the same rate. So whatever the commitment rate is, you get them at the same rate. Why do I say a committed rate? Usually there's a volume break. You buy 100 credits, it's this rate. You buy 500 credits, it's at a lower rate. You buy 1,000 credits, it's at a lower rate. And then if you need more credits, you buy at that same rate. And note that there is a little bit, it's not that effective, but a little bit of a lever in there. If you buy 1,000 credits, and we told you you could get an additional price break if you bought 2,000 credits, and you exceed that 1,000 credits, you're not getting that additional price break that you would get for more volume. You're continuing to buy at that 1,000 credit level instead of going down to an even steeper volume discount. So a little bit of a lever, but not really. Abigail, it looked like you had a question.
Yeah, so would you say for those companies out there who are maybe in that seat-based world right now, they haven't figured out where to go from there, do you think that the better path is to sit and wait until they figure out how to offer that value-based pricing, or take credits as a step in that direction?
I just talked about this with somebody yesterday. I would say the following. So the forecast is for rain. The sky looks ugly. I have not felt any drops of rain. It's a smart idea to have an umbrella in my hand. The umbrella, if you're on a seat-based model, is a usage charge. And here's how you do it. You say, look, based on the number of seats that you have, I'm going to give you credits. And these credits will almost certainly cover all the needs that you have for a year. And so you will never face an overcharge. Maybe even you give them a guarantee. You say, look, if you happen to use up all of your credits, I will give you some more. You'll never pay more than 5% more than your current model. But you introduce a usage charge. It's like having that umbrella in your hand. You don't want to open your umbrella. It's not raining. If you do, you could look a little silly. So it's okay in many industries right now to stay on a seat-based model, because that's how, just as you were saying, in some sectors, that's how people want to buy. They want to buy on a seat-based model, fine. But you introduce the idea of usage today so that when it does start raining, if it does start raining, you can open up that umbrella. How do you do that? You say, okay, we are going to now begin charging a little bit more for these credits. Or you lower the allotment so that, hey, now 50% of people are running into a need to get more credits. And they begin now asking you the next year, can I pre-buy at a lower rate? Yes, of course you can. We have a volume plan for you. But if you introduce it today, you will be well positioned for tomorrow. I think, though, that in some sectors, everyone is expecting there to be compression on seats, but they're not really seeing it. And people want to buy on a seat basis. So don't inject friction in your sales process. Don't open that umbrella if you don't have to. Have it in your hand. Have it in your agreement that there is usage, but maybe it does not factor into the charge quite yet. Or if it does, it affects it very modestly. You put a cap on it, never more than 5%, never more than 10%. right? Based on that. The second thing is, if you do introduce credits, make sure that they expire. You do not want the hassle of people building up a huge bank of credits. It's terrible for you. It's terrible for your revenue recognition. It's like a black hole sitting in your balance sheet. And at some point, you know, you're going to have to make good on that. So make it a use it or lose it, have them expire. And you do not want the experience of losing customers because you suddenly hit them with a charge that they weren't aware of. You can show, hey, look, it corresponds to value. Like we said, look, you know, we showed you here. People need confidence. Remember, people are very okay with the idea of being charged on usage. They're not averse to it. This is not like going to be a terrible conversation. What they will not like is if all of a sudden they get hit by a huge charge that they weren't expecting. So governance, give them a dashboard, give them reports, say this is where you are. This is also a sales opportunity because if you say, hey, you know, you got extraordinary value. Look at all the credits that you used. We're almost at end of term. If you want, next year, we can get you a lower rate. Just, you know, pre-commit to this amount of volume and you'll buy at a lower rate. So this is potentially a sales opportunity. One more thing about this. If you charge people by the drink, people will tend to drink less. I don't know if people who are listening have kids, but if you've ever been on a vacation with your kids and you're on some sort of an all-inclusive plan, but they tell you, yes, but we will charge you for the drinks. What are you going to tell your children? You're going to say, be careful. No, don't get a second iced tea. No, you know, the water is good because you don't want to incur that charge. So the same is true in a usage world. You will say to people, hey, if you're being charged by the drink, people will then say, I will pull back on the number of credits that I consume. And then what happens? They see less value from you. The kids didn't have as much fun on vacation. They won't want to come back. It's the same principle. So what can you do? What you can do is say, in your first year, there won't be an overage charge, right? This is what, it wasn't Canva. Oh, it just flew out of my mind. Wait, actually, I think I have it on a slide. Figma just did this, right? They introduced AI credits. And what they said is, hey, for the first 6 months, we are not going to monetize based on credits. Just do this to see, you know, get yourself a rough idea of how many credits you use. This was getting the vacationer accustomed to a lifestyle where they were not watching how many drinks they consumed. This is what Figma did. Use all the credits you want. There's not going to be any charge for it. And then it sort of sets a baseline going forward. So smart move by Figma. You can do this yourself. You can say, hey, we won't charge you based on usage, but at end of period, we'll come back. This is our estimate. This is how much we think you'll use. And the next period, you can say, wow, you got such great value from us. Look at all the credits you used. Amazing. Next term, we're going to step you up to a bigger t-shirt with more credits, better SLA. You're not charging them based on the drink, but you are charging them based on the drink. It's a nice happy medium. You're not shilling usage, but you are getting rewarded because, you know, bigger t-shirt means a higher price. You're getting rewarded based on consumption and based on the value that you're delivering, frankly.
We also have a question in the comments from SEO Charity. They said credits reduce procurement friction, but doesn't that risk training buyers to expect perpetual trial mode instead of committing to full plans?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is the risk. And so it definitely eases the conversation. It eases the initial buy. You say, listen, there'll be no additional charge. If you make sure to signal up front that the free trial era is ending, you will do much better. If you set a clock on that, you'll do much better. And interestingly, everybody thinks that people will watch that clock closely. In practice, they really don't. So you let them know it's coming. And then, of course, they'll still kick and scream when it actually comes, when you introduce the paywall. Yes, of course. Another way to do it, though, is to have people really pre-commit to the buy. It still eases things with procurement, and then you're not in a free trial. I think it depends, on your particular customer base. And it's a good thing to try both models with your sales team and see which one they can push better. Just a little cough here. We've covered quite a bit of ground. Any questions on the material so far?
We don't have more questions right now from the audience, but I'm sure we'll have some coming up. Now
Okay.
I'll have some for you as well.
Great. Yeah, I mean, everybody has had the experience where people can tell the story of the experience with AWS, where they did not expect a big bill, and then they got hit by a massive bill. Since it's AWS, you may be a prisoner, you can't really leave, but you do not love AWS. Most of us do not have the luxury of operating in a monopoly, duopoly situation where people can't leave us. So you really should think about how the drawdowns will work, how the signaling will work. People are going to get charged at some point. Make sure that the communication is good, but not so alarming that they pull back on their commitment to you. We talked a little bit about outcome pricing and how it works. I just want to point out that it really is quite a difficult thing to do correctly. You should think through the multiple ways in which it could go wrong. Be very clear that you're defining the way that you're going to measure outcome. Ensure that the value that you get back is consistent with the risk that you're taking. Make sure that the automation is so tight that this doesn't introduce additional costs that you hadn't thought about. Make certain that your sales team can speak to value in such a way that you get full return on the outcome. Ensure that you have the telemetry internally to work with this. Many firms think that they do, and then they actually don't. And finally, on a financial basis, really think through what this might mean for your forecasting, particularly if you have investors. Investors loved SaaS because it's a number of seats and that doesn't change that much. You introduce usage, you're introducing an area of variability that I think investors are only now getting comfortable with. You introduce outcome on top of usage, and now you are really in high variability territory. You may do very well, but keep in mind the fluctuation of that revenue will tend to be higher because in many cases you're introducing a third party as the arbiter of that outcome. In fact, actually, I want to return to a previous slide. Here, notice that here, what you really have is greater return on the right-hand side, but greater risk. Lower return on the left-hand side, but lower risk. This is actually, I think, a helpful model for people. If you want to know where to situate yourself, ask yourself how comfortable I am with taking more risk to get more return in the market. I'm sorry, Abigail, it looked like you had a question.
So do you really feel that for the vast majority of businesses, this North Star towards the outcome-based pricing is realistic, or it's just something to think about, have on their minds and aim for, but probably not realistic for most businesses?
I would encourage most businesses to regard it as not a realistic near-term goal. But that said, some people are getting dragged into outcome pricing, not within their own will. How does this happen? A competitor offers it. Customers love it. They love the idea of, hey, I only pay if it works. And then the next thing you know, you have to offer it, because if you don't, you're losing business. People from ad tech know this. They've seen this, where, once upon a time it was pay-per-click or pay-per-view. And then increasingly people wanted a, no. Only if we can attribute this to a sale, right? So we've seen this in other industries, and it's something where I would say resist, because it is difficult, it is fraught with risk, but it may be that it's not your choice because you're losing business to competitors that do offer an outcome model.
Yeah. And there's a lot of discussion going on about whether or not the pricing that businesses get today from AI providers is realistic long-term pricing, or suddenly we're going to hit a wall and that's price is really going to increase. Do you think that it makes sense for businesses to hold off on taking the decision yet based off of this discussion, this risk, or do you think that they need to just run with things and hope for the best?
So the truth is that some of the hard costs of AI will go down. The picks and shovels work will go down. The cost of tokens, the cost per compute will go down. We know this. We don't know when, we don't know the rate. And so that's tough, right? That's a variable dimension. I feel though that although there's a great case to be made for waiting, we are in a bit of a land grab moment. And although I think it would be prudent to say, let's wait, let's find out what our actual costs are, it may be that if we do that, we lose so much ground to competitors that we will regret the decision. And I really am seeing that, Abigail, out there. Yeah. It's a frothy moment. I would also say, for that reason, simplicity is almost like a product. It's almost like a product attribute. Having a model that's simpler is a way to gain more share right now. And so when I talk about things like a t-shirt model that masks usage, really think about that. Procurement loves a fixed. And if it seems like it's fixed for a period of time, that can be a very attractive way. You may be able to beat other competitors, not because you're necessarily better, but because your model is simpler and more appealing.
Yeah, SEO Charity from the conversation saying simplicity always wins.
I think that SEO Charity and I will have a really good couple of beers down the road, because I think we're speaking the same language. Yeah, simplicity always wins. But that doesn't mean that you can't have flexibility and sophistication under the hood. Once you're in, usually you can find ways to expand. Okay, moving onward just a little bit into packaging and bundling. So, if we understand how we're going to charge, meaning, what is the meter, how do we actually bring this in? And this relates to that concept I was using earlier of your packaging, your configuration should correspond to the segments that you're serving. But think about this, depending upon how differentiated this makes you from the market, and thinking about how many of your customers, how many of your segments you think will want this, this should be your first guide to how do you introduce AI charge. If you think that it's highly differentiated, but few people will use it, you can do what OpenAI did, or Copilot, CoCounsel, if you know the Thomson Reuters stack. You can say, we're going to offer it as an add-on. And in an offer as an add-on, you might be able to charge quite a bit more. Thank you. Yes, the beers will be on me for sure. You don't expect most people to use it. If you're Microsoft and you have Office 360 out there, you don't think most people will use it. But the people who do will get a huge value. So you offer it as an add-on and potentially charge 2 or 3 times your base fee for this add-on. If, on the other hand, you're Slack or you're Zapier, and you say, I think everyone will use this, but I don't think this differentiates me from my competitors. I need this just in order to compete. You roll it out and you don't change the price. If you're most people, you probably will assume that there's high differentiation and high usage, and therefore you want to roll it out in a way where you have clever packaging. And that's what most of this portion of the talk is going to be about. So how do you do clever packaging? The first thing is, how will you differentiate? If you love a good, good, better, best, what will create the good, the better, and the best? How will they be different? I love talking about wedding planning because I think it's something most people get. The good, it's chicken. The better, it's chicken or fish. The best, it's chicken, fish, or there's a filet mignon option, something like this, right? And maybe for people who, are vegan, there's a vegan. You can get that on this, as a supplement, right? These are models that we're all very used to, but how do you do this in an AI world? The first thing we think of is system of engagement, which I'll talk about. The second is domain expertise. How expert is your AI agent? And finally, governance. I think we're actually all maybe more familiar with governance than we think. Governance could be the degree of security, the degree of privacy that you have in your model. So let me give you examples. When we talk about differentiating based on behavior, this could be so this is Perplexity's model for people who use Perplexity. In the easiest version, it just executes things that you tell it to use. In the next level up, it can coordinate multiple steps. You're still triggering it, but it can then go and execute the tasks in sequence that you've told it to execute. And then in a leader format, now it can think about what needs to get done. It's autonomous now. You don't need a person. Remember when we were talking about that framework of how do we think about the value delivered? If it can eliminate a person as the leader does, that is a fundamentally different value proposition than the executor, which is the most common today, where it needs to be called by a person every time it does a run. Now, if it's called by a person, it's still multiplying the work. It's still mechanical leverage. So maybe you don't need as many people, but it's not the same offer as a leader where no person was involved at all and it was completely autonomous. This is clear value differentiation and a great way to do packaging. Another way is by this, system of autonomy, honestly, a layer on top of the system of the one that we just talked about. But again, here, Devin is our classic example. Can it do everything from planning entire tasks, really like a higher level of functioning, almost like a manager would or a supervisor, versus ones that are more, basic and core. Trust and governance. So this is the Anthropic model. If you want it to be purely your own LLM and no risk of the information being shared outside, and you need it to fit with high-level trust and governance policies that you already have, then you'll need the best version. If, on the other hand, you want it to be, merely powerful for you, but there's really no guarantee about the data, then you want just the good model. So I think we're all familiar with this and how this works, but really think about it. Think about the needs of your customers. The reason that I really stress this is I think too many people look at the agentic world and they say, there's simply no way for me to differentiate. An agent is an agent is an agent. Bullshit. There's definitely a way for you to differentiate. Anton is saying, can I click on my slides? I don't, maybe this is not meant for me. Maybe this is meant for AJ, who is, I think, the next speaker. So finally, I just want to say that packaging really is the best way to make money from your population. You need to think, though, about can you implement it? Do you have a clear adoption strategy? Do you know how it's going to map up against your segments? What degree of complexity is your AI able to carry out? These are all the things that you need to think about before you adopt packaging. But please do package, create different versions. Even if your agents all seem to be, frankly, fungible, there are absolutely ways that you can structure it into packaging, and it's the single best way to make more money because now you're charging segments differently. Okay, and finally, just to get into it, implementation. You need to bring everyone together on this. Too many people take AI and just make it the deal of the product team. Will not work. You need to think about the fact that, for example, if I'm going from a seat-based model to a credit model, how I recognize revenue will be very different. Finance team must be involved. If you're going to be talking about value on an outcome basis rather than a per seat basis, sales and marketing need to be there to think about the value communication. The C team needs to think about what's the direction of the company and how will this fit with the overall strategy. We see too many firms giving AI to just one column and not bringing everyone together. Some of the big considerations are, will your predictability of revenue change? If customers are hesitant to adopt or to commit, how is this going to affect your forecast? You need to think about your operational readiness. Do you have the telemetry to track what's being done? Do you have the operational readiness to be able to roll this out in a way that is rigorous? And then finally, the customer side. Do you have enough transparency in how this model will work so that customers feel like they believe you, they trust you, they can work with you, right? So 3 very important considerations. Bring everyone together. The reason that I'm rushing through this is I really want to leave a few minutes for questions. So what we're going to do is we're just going to end here with these key questions. If people want to take this slide down, please do so. You need to bring everybody together is the basic idea here. You need to think through these things ahead of time. Think about the red teaming like we discussed earlier with Abigail. Think about where things could go wrong, where things could break as part of your implementation scheme. And now I'll just cut to the end here. Of course, these slides will be available. But I'd like to go to any questions that you might have.
So you gave the example of Intercom as the outcome or value-based model.
No, outcome-based for sure.
Outcome-based, yeah. And do you have any other examples? I keep hearing that one as a reference point for that model specifically, but I think it's pretty hard to find other examples. Is there any other out there that you think people should look to?
Yes, I can actually give you a large set of outcome-based models, but I think they've been really well adopted in the customer success arena. People, however, are doing it in, for example, legal. They're saying it's not enough to produce the document. The document also has to be accepted by the court. I mentioned that. That's a real one. People are doing that out there. Only if the sale is made is another example. So only if the cash register rings, we get paid. Otherwise, we don't. But you know what, Abigail, maybe as a follow-on, and we can distribute it to the team. I don't have it in this deck, but I have a full slide showing different examples of how outcome works.
And we have a question from the audience. Most companies would fail at least half your 6-question checklist today. Is outcome-based pricing actually near-term realistic, or is it a 3 to 5 year horizon?
Such a great question. We really stress a crawl, a walk, a run approach to this. So even if you feel like you must go, don't go immediately. Introduce it gradually. How could this work? You're on seats today. You say, you're going to pay me a surcharge potentially based on outcome. It's not how I make money. It's how I make a tip. Think of it as tips. I get tips based on outcome. Then the walk phase would be saying, we're going to move part of the monetization into outcome. And only after you have that, and I really think it's a 3-year to 5-year journey, only after you have your feet underneath you and you've got everything perfectly aligned, then you move to pure outcome, as Shopify does or something. Note that even Intercom is in pure outcome. That's just one of the ways that they make money.
Yep. And do you think that a year from now, most SaaS companies are going to be, where do you think they're going to be on this journey in terms of moving towards that? Or do you think that we can expect a big change, or where do you think we'll be?
So, controversial statement coming from me right now. I do not think things will change as much as people predicted. 1 year ago, a little more than a year ago, I hosted a dinner and we had people from a very well-known venture capital firm. And they said, if you are on a seat-based model, you are dead. And you are dead to me. Don't ask me for capitalization. I'm not interested in funding anything that is on a seat-based model. I think that funeral is overstated. I do not think that firms that are on seat-based are going to suddenly vanish in a year. I do think that we'll see many more people introducing a secondary metric of usage. They'll still be on seat-based, but there'll be a credit allocation. With every seat that you buy, you get a certain, a cell phone plan. You get a certain number of cell phone minutes for every person. I think we'll see much more of that. I do not think that we're going to see the world go to pure usage or pure outcome in the next 12 months. We will see a gradual change, though. And I think everybody should remember the F. Scott Fitzgerald quote, this stuff tends to happen gradually, then all at once. So I would predict a slow build for the next year, 2, 3. By the way, part of it is because of what our SEO friend had to say. People think that they're ready for this, but they're really not ready for this. They think that customers are going to swallow this. Customers are more resistant. So there will be more stickiness on a per seat, per head for longer than people thought. But then it really will start to move. So next year, we should see cracks in the ice, but not people falling through. Remember, we still have travel agents handling something like 30% of travel. We still have FM terrestrial radio. Things don't go away as quickly as people think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe for a last question, if there's one thing that you think businesses can do that today they're only on a seat-based or a model like that, what would be the one thing that you think that they should start doing right away?
Again, a controversial claim. Instead of focusing on a shift in model or metric, focus on a shift of value communication. how can I talk effectively about how this is going to be better for my customer, how this is going to produce more, how this is going to help them to hit their goals? Do I even really understand what those are? Then think about, how do I change the metric as the way to show that I'm helping meet the goal? Remember the Michelin example. What people really wanted was for the truck to get the material to the end recipient. The tires made it better and more reliable. Fewer tires need to be purchased. Then the metric. Oh, well, then let's charge you based on the mile driven or the kilometer expended. Same thing here. First, understand, what do your customers really want? How much more value are they getting? How would you articulate it? How would you express it? How would you coach your sales team to talk about the value differently? If you think you have that nailed, then what's the right metric to express that? And hey, if it's a family-friendly restaurant and it's fun for that's the value, you can come and your kids are going to have a great time, charge by the head. Don't go for a prefix at that kind of a place. If on the other hand, it's convenience, buy the slice. So really think about the goal of the customer. That'll be a guide to finding the right metric, but do think about introducing a usage metric. Just introduce it as the way to express the value, as opposed to just something that you want to jam in because all the cool kids are doing it.
Great. Thank you so much, Eddie. This was very interesting, and I'm sure you have a lot more to share. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you again. And everyone stay tuned for the next session coming up, focusing on how AI search is changing discovery for SMBs and what that means for your businesses.
You will not want to miss Matt Coughlin. Stick around.
Does your SaaS company offer websites? It's time to level up your customer's web presence and add a massive new revenue stream. This is how you can do it. With Duda, you can deliver seamless, fully branded websites. Customers can choose a custom design or build their own, while you control the editing permissions. Even better, your SaaS solution comes embedded out of the box with business data automatically synced. Ready to see how Duda fits into your offering?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final session of our Growth Embedded webinar series. Really excited to be joined by three folks, and myself that are deep into the SEO, AEO, discoverability world, and bringing you some insights of how we're seeing a lot of vertical SaaS companies stay on top of the shift from 10 blue links to now full-on answers in search directly, either whether that's on ChatGPT or whether it's in Google now. We're really excited to bring to you some great content. Kind of the game plan for today and this session is AJ has some deep experience doing this at a company called Doorloop. That's where he is, and he's kind of built a full website program. He's going to present and just kind of discuss the process that he's gone through at Doorloop and some of the value that he's created there, and how he thinks about getting visibility for small businesses. So he has a kind of a presentation, should be about 15-20 minutes to go over. I also have some data points of like an AEO study that Duda did a little bit earlier in the year that I want to share and kind of set some of the context, and then we'll have kind of a discussion over the next remaining 30 minutes or so with Matt and Patrick. Before we get into the presentation itself, would love to have questions from the audience along the way. We'll have time to answer those. So if you have questions, pop them in the chat. We will get to them, I promise you. And we have a great discussion. And let's go around and let's just do a quick round of introductions to the folks here on the panel. AJ, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I'm AJ. I run the websites offering here at Doorloop. Built it from no customers to we're close to 1,000 live sites, over 1,000 over time. And I truly love what I do. I'll talk more about kind of where we started, how we got here, and what I believe the most important piece of how we get to 1,000 sites really is, and how Duda helped me.
That's great. Patrick, you want to go next?
Sure. I'm Patrick. I'm the CEO of Simplify. We're a white label provider to agencies and vertical SaaS. And so we integrate our service offering into the back office of about 400-ish agencies here in the US and Australia and Canada.
Great. And Matt, you're last.
Thank you very much. Matt Coughlin, Director of SEO Partnerships at a company called Uberall, which is a local presence platform. So we manage local business listings, reviews, local social to basically help SMBs generate more leads for their business. And we typically partner with vertical SaaS companies around a couple of challenges. One of them might be, hey, we want to grow our MRR of our existing customers by adding additional services, and customers are asking us for more leads. And the other one being that they're potentially churning customers or losing deals because their competitor solutions in the vertical SaaS space is maybe offering a similar kind of service. But yeah, been in SEO for about 12 years now, so looking forward to the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matt. Matt, I feel like we need to update your title. Like it has SEO in there. The new term is AEO, right? Yeah.
That's true. I will get on with HR. I'll take it in lieu of a pay rise, I think.
You should.
As long as they don't put geo in there, I think everyone will be happy.
Yeah, right. Great, guys. Thank you for that. And so with that said, let's hand this over to AJ. AJ, you kind of put together a good kind of starting point for us. You want to take it away?
Yeah. So I already said what I do here and all that. So essentially what I'm going to talk about is how we scaled, how we're retaining through kind of utilizing technology, but not removing the human from everything, and how everything kind of goes from there. Okay, there we go. So something the company started noticing early on was that people were kind of saying the same thing in different ways. We're not showing up in Google. We don't have time to figure this out. We're losing leads. We don't know why. Essentially, all of it was just we're invisible online and it's hurting us. The instinct there is to throw people at it, hire a web person, build a team, handle it manually. And I'm sure that's what a lot of other companies are doing. They spin up a professional services team. They start billing hours. To our founders' credit, they asked me if I wanted to solve the problem and then trusted that I would. I treated the whole experiment at the time like I was building a product within a company, and I was just an entrepreneur, is the way I like to say it. I had that kind of safety net of if it didn't work out, I still had my job, but I kind of always felt like an entrepreneur, but inside somewhere else. And so what really changed everything for me was kind of, I realized that when a customer can't grow, they eventually are going to churn. When I'm calming a frustrated customer down, I like to say, if you grow, we grow. And I mean that because obviously if they grow unit count, for example, or tenant adoption, we're growing. That's a visible number that we can see. And they suddenly start to feel like they aren't just a number, but a partner. And so when somebody asks, hey, how did you do that? We get a raving fan who'll say, this is how. And if we don't help them grow, then they are going to blame our product. They're going to say, hey, I went with Doorloop and I didn't grow. And now I'm with one of our competitors. So the website problem to me wasn't really a marketing problem. It was more of a sales and retention problem, kind of wearing a costume of marketing. And once I kind of saw that, the whole thing changed in my head. I wasn't really building a web agency. I was building a retention model. So there we go. So before I looked at a single platform demo, I hadn't looked at anybody. I got clear on a few things that I really felt anybody that we went with were going to have to do for us. So the first thing was, who was going to own the ongoing edits? Was it going to be us? Was it going to be the customer? And obviously this sounds obvious, but really if your team is owning every edit, then how do you scale? You've kind of built a service business, but this way to scale at that point is adding more
people, so you're spending more money. That for us, that was the wrong model. Second was, does it scale without headcount? Every new customer should cost you less time to onboard than the one before, not more. If you can't see a path to that point, then you don't really have a system. You have a process that's going to break at scale. And then third was, will it deepen the product usage, or does it just sit kind of on the side of it as a marketing tool? If you're building something that doesn't pull people further into the core product, it's a nice to have at best. And the strongest case is when the capability actually drives retention and expansion inside what you've already built. And so these were the three questions that I used, and they kind of eliminated a bunch of things before we even started the process. So I looked at every major platform, WordPress, Webflow, Wix, Squarespace. I'm not going to kind of knock any of them per se. They're all good. They have their important tools in each one of them. But when I was running it through the filter of what breaks at 1,000 customers, each one kind of hit a wall for me. And so the thing that changed the evaluation for me was the one feature that I thought Duda figured out the best at the time, which was client permissions. Such an innocuous tool, but it really was the most important thing for me, because then a customer could log in to make their own edits. They could make changes without kind of breaking the whole thing by accident. Then having the white label editor kind of was a little bit of icing on the cake, so that we had our branding experience. And then the APIs opened up a whole world of other things that we were able to do to systematize everything that we were doing. But really, the first most important thing that I had was, how do I get to 1,000 websites? Or at that point, the big move was, how do we get to 250 websites? And so we needed something that was going to allow us to not drain resources. We've done all of this with just one person, me. We haven't added anybody to the mix yet. I'm hoping eventually we might have to, but every time we feel like we're getting to needing somebody, there's a new feature that we're able to utilize that will kind of keep us within the headcount of one person running the whole program. So once I had the framework, everything organized itself around 3 pillars. And again, they weren't really Duda specific. You could theoretically build this on a different platform if it hit the 3 criteria. And so it was, for me, the pillars were permission and access controls. This is how I removed me from being the permanent middleman. Allowing customers to do basic things themselves without major boundaries, and allowing it to not mess with the website itself. Pillar 2 was the white label experience. This one kind of goes hand in hand with why people need a website. It builds the trust. If a customer goes to a third-party tool and doesn't see your brand, it's like, wait, am I using Doorloop or am I using Duda? This way, they felt like there's a cohesive path from one to the other. And then pillar 3 was automations and templates. This was where we were really able to scale quicker than we thought, because using templates allowed us to systematize most of the work. Automation allowed us to systematize other parts of the work, and it all allowed us to focus on the human elements at times. And so what it made possible, like I've said a few times, almost 1,000 websites, no new hires, increased adoption of our core product, which is the thing that I care about the most, because if the website isn't just helping the customer market themselves, it's actually pulling them deeper into the product that they're coming to us for, and that allows them to have lower empty units, have more people paying in the platform, so they're getting their money at quicker. They're getting rental applications, so they're getting better tenants, All these things are really important for, in our case, property managers, but also as a SaaS company, our business is our core product. So having them pulled into the core product by way of the website was very important. One of the small things that I feel really helps that process is every website I build has a portal login button. Top right corner, very, very in your face, but it puts them into our portal, the tenant or the owner into our portal, and they're paying their rent easier. So instead of telling somebody, hey, go to app.doorloop.com to log in, you're instead telling them go to ajoberlender.com and click the login button. That feels more like a real business as opposed to, oh, I need to figure out this login. Why can't I just bring you a check? So that's always been a really important to me when it comes to this. So I want to take a quick step back from the mechanics and talk about something we believe in pretty deeply. It's a website makes a business look real. That's kind of the fundamental piece. Before you get into SEO, which I know we'll talk about, SEO, AEO, which we're going to talk about later, before you get leads, before you get to any of the metrics, a property manager without a solid web presence kind of looks fly by night. And that goes for almost any business in 2026. Without a website, it almost feels like, are you a real business? I'm not saying they are, but that's the impression that it gives. So a prospective tenant or an owner or a customer is searching for someone to manage their property or to sell them something. They're going to Google or ChatGPT before they ever find you or call you. If there's nothing there, or a website that looks like it was built in 1992 or 1999 probably, the conversation is already starting from behind the eight ball. And so that's going to lead to the customer not growing. That's going to lead to churn. And so you need to have a website that's there for for your customer and for their customer. And so the next big thing that we've been having issues with in our process, which we're pivoting soon with, is the blank page problem. So what I would get a lot of times is a customer would get their first preview. Again, we use templates for everything. So it looked like a placeholder, generic copy, stock photos, template that could have been probably for any business in any industry, but we geared it to property management. And the first impression was, okay, what do I do next? And so we ended up with a bottleneck at that stage. We would get past the first step, and then the bottleneck would start with, how do we move on from here? This isn't my website. This is just a website. And so we worked with Duda, and we've been testing out the AI site generator. And so now when a customer gets their first preview, the copy and photos are written for their business. Their brand context is pulled in from the beginning. So it doesn't feel like a blank canvas that they have to fight against. The first impression has gone from, hey, this is a template, to, wow, this was made for me. This is a custom site just for me. And that's led to a faster onboarding for the customers that we've been testing this out with. We've gone from some customers taking weeks, months to finish the process, to now just about every customer that's gone through this new process has been published within about 10 days, 10 business days. And so part of that was also moving from classic editor to editor 2.0. We started with Duda a while ago, and so we had all of our templates built in classic editor. One of the concerns switching to editor 2.0 was that if we did that, we didn't have a way to easily change templates if a customer said, hey, I actually wanted to go from the Triton template to the Alara template. If Triton was on 2.0 and Alara was on Classic, there was no easy way to just click reset site with site data. We had to actually reset from scratch. So we've been kind of hesitating and pushing off the transition to editor 2.0. Now with AI site generation, it's not as big of a lift to change over from Classic to Editor 2.0. We have a handful of templates that we say, hey, you should look at these, but a lot of times what I tell people is let's let the system do its magic and don't even give it a template to work from. From the customer's perspective, they're getting an amazing website. They're getting Editor 2.0 features that unlocks a lot of the AI-powered features. Duda has continued to evolve, specifically AI blog generation, which is, I feel, going to become the backbone of most of our customers' content strategy going forward. And if had we stayed on Classic, we'd be cutting our customers off from those tools and the ability to do it. One of the persistent, I kind of mentioned this before, but one of the persistent friction points was that the old templates didn't have the branding. We charged for color changes and things like that because our templates were built not very connected. We had hired outside contractors to build a few of the templates, and we didn't know what we didn't know when we first started. More recent release templates had those abilities, so we would kind of get around all that, but also tone of voice, and just making it look real and for them. And so that really changed a lot of that, being able to move from, or it's going to change a lot of that going from Classic to Editor 2.0. So I talked about this in a previous webinar, I believe, and that is that I really do believe that human in the loop is important. There's a version of the AI conversation. The assumption is AI means fewer people, same output, automate everything, cut headcount, hit the same numbers, but that's not really what it is. AI isn't the replacement. It's what makes the human layer possible at scale. Without AI, you're going to look like your team's week will look like this: writing content from scratch, populating templates, answering the same onboarding questions for the 50th time, chasing status updates on edits. All that's real work, but none of it is work that actually moves the needle on relationships. By the time a customer is done with by the time your employees are done with the machine work, mentally they have almost nothing left for the moments that actually matter to a customer. With AI, the machine work kind of runs itself. The content is drafted, the templates populate automatically, your team's calendar opens up, and now they have the capacity to do things that AI will probably never really be able to do. And that's noticing when a customer is frustrated, picking up the phone, waiving a fee, sending a handwritten note, things that actually make customers stay. Because at every stage when you're in a SaaS, you're in sales mode. Every month or every year, depending on what your model is, a customer is deciding, do I renew? And so I mentioned this in my company at a support meeting. We are all sales. We're all here to do sales because at every touch point, that customer is deciding if they're going to buy from us yet again. And so AI isn't replacing that human touch. It's what actually funds the ability to do that. And so, okay. Now let's talk about the AI content piece, which I mentioned earlier. This is where Duda's data kind of comes into play that Russ was mentioning. Sites with 50 or more pages get 33 times more crawler traffic. And that's not like a small improvement, that's a huge improvement. But I know from working with my customers, I can't ask our customers to become content machines. Not realistic. Property managers are running businesses, they're not running blogs. But what Duda gives us is access to the AI blog generation, and the customer who wants to publish a blog post, they can pick a topic, or maybe they use AI to create a content calendar. We've all done it. They put that into the blog draft generator, and Duda's AI blog writer generates a full draft. It's context aware, it's written for their business and site with internal linking. And that customer gets kind of an 85% of the way there from what I've seen. They review it, tweak the voice a little, add a few details that only they would really know, and then publish. But the magic happens after they publish, because that one post can become a LinkedIn article, a section of a newsletter, a social carousel, a script for a short form video. With this workflow, every post has 4 or 5 lives, and the blog is the asset. Everything else is just a distribution point for them. And so really you're using human judgment to decide what to write about and what tone to use, maybe what details to add, but that's just 15%. That's kind of the 15% that AI can't do. But that's where the customer or your team can show up if you want to add that as an add-on service, but the AI is getting you most of the way there. The human is closing the last mile of the process. So before I ran websites, I spent 5 years at Apple. And one of the things they taught me was how to shape customer relationships. At the time, Apple wasn't just about sales, fixing devices, or how to use the devices. It was really about how to take care of a relationship and make sure that customer comes back. Because if they buy an iPhone, you want them to come back to buy an iPad. You want them to come back to buy a Mac. You want them to come back to buy their kid a laptop for college. Those are different things than just selling them a product. And so there was a policy there to protect there were policies there to protect consistency, to protect the team, to prevent scope creep. But the policies weren't locked in place. The policy was kind of the floor. When a customer was in front of you and they needed something that was technically outside the rule book, you had the authority and almost the responsibility to use your judgment. I've carried that with me through almost every customer interaction I've had since that time. Systems exist to protect the relationship, not replace it. If you build a system well enough, you can create the margins to break it when someone needs you. In college, I had a creative writing professor who put it in slightly better terms, and that was, he taught us that you have to know the rules to break the rules. And so that's kind of how I treat everything that I do here. So we have a policy. It's in our docs. It's in a kind of a PDF that we send them. It's basically just scope management so that we're not getting people coming and sending me edits for 6 weeks, 100 edits. We do 2 rounds of edits. We do text and image replacements provided by the customer, colors, fonts, stuff like that. Our additional fees. We don't do design work, but that's kind of just there to say, hey, it's there. If a customer reaches out to me and says, hey, I really want my colors to be here, or, maybe we've already published their website and something just feels off, $150 at that moment in time isn't worth breaking relationships. So I use my judgment. Apple called it surprise and delight. I call it just part of the job, which AI can't really replicate, because it requires that judgment. It requires reading a situation, understanding that what a person needs in that moment, and making a call that isn't in the playbook. You can't automate empathy. You can't systematize a genuine gesture. And I can only do this because of the system that I created. If me or eventually a team are drowning in manual work, nobody has the bandwidth to notice when a customer needs that little bit of extra grace. The system creates the capacity that I can then fill. We're getting to the end, I promise. So I've talked a lot. Let me kind of sum all this up. 4 things I want you to take from here. First one is find the signals. Your customers are already probably telling you what's broken. The pattern in their feedback, the things that different people are saying in different ways. Find that. That's a product opportunity wearing a complaint. Go find it. 2, score before you demo. When you're evaluating any new tool or platform, run it against 3 pillars before you ever get on a sales call. In my case, it was who owns the edits, Does it scale without headcount, and does it deepen product usage? For you, it might be something else. Just find those pieces. If it fails any of the tests, no amount of slick demos are going to help save you. 3, use AI to free your people up. Build the system, build the automation, build the templates. Do it specifically so your team isn't choosing between scale and service. They shouldn't have to choose. AI should handle the machine work. Your people should be handling the human work. And then 4, break the rules on purpose. Waive an edit, give an extra phone call. The unexpected thing you do because someone needed it, these aren't inefficiencies in your process. They're not exceptions you should be trying to eliminate. They're the reason your customers are going to stay. Protect those moments, budget for them, make space for them in the operating model. That was a lot of stuff. And the bottom line, I believe that the SaaS companies that win in the next 5 years aren't just going to have great products, and they won't just have great AI. The ones that win will be the ones that figured out which parts of the experience should never be automated and then staff accordingly. That's it. Scale through systems so you have the capacity, retain through humans, because that's the part no one can copy. And I hand it back to you.
Great, thanks, AJ. That's awesome. One question I want to start with, it's kind of related to your presentation. I'll just direct it right back at you. Is how have you guys at DoorLoop thought about using content or information or data that you have about your customers to kickstart that website build, or to help it be a little bit more efficient? Or what integration points have been valuable? Like you mentioned, having a link to the login portal that's there. How have you guys thought about that? In terms of just being efficient and being effective.
So we started this process really early on. We were still in startup mode. I think we had maybe 25 employees when we started this, and we didn't have clean customer information, sadly.
Yeah.
So I built a collection form, which I've iterated a few times since then, but it essentially just asks the customer for basic information. With this transition to the 2.0 AI site generation, one of the issues that I'm trying to figure out a workaround and to do is we now have more information, which is great, except from time to time we see that the customer filling out the form wants different information than the information we have. And so is it worth us going and making a judgment call and saying, hey, let's just build it out from here? Or do we continue to retain the human aspect of having them fill it out? Especially now with AI site generation, I have them fill out a very detailed business description, who you are, what you do, why you do it, because I think that's something that people skip over, what makes you special, and why people should work with you. I think those are really important pieces that kind of inform a good website. And so I don't know that I can truly automate any of that with the information that we have as much as I really want to.
Sure. Cool, thank you, I appreciate that. So what I want to do next here is I'm going to share my screen quickly. AJ, you touched on it very briefly, but I also have just a few data points that I want to share to kind of set the stage for our conversation. And this will be 3 minutes of me kind of talking through it. So I'm going to share my screen quickly and go into this presentation. We at Duda, we did a study about 2 months ago now, where we looked at visits to our websites from AI bots, and then correlated that back to basically usage in the product and data points that we see on top of websites. So AJ, you kind of hit on this directly, is that we directly see that websites that get more AI crawls have better human results as part of it. We see that they get 3.2 times the amount of traffic, they get 2.5 the amount of click to call, or 2.7 times the amount of form completion that's out there. All this is saying is that when you're doing the right things on top of a website, this means publishing content frequently. This means having rich amount of content or a lot of pages worth of content. It means that you're frequently, posting blog posts and things like that. You're going to see those results come in and do that. The second thing that we really saw is that the vast majority of these crawls happen from OpenAI. OpenAI today is about 81% of the total crawling that happens, and most of it is done in real time. So it's when somebody is inside of the ChatGPT app, they're looking for information. OpenAI is going out and crawling the web pages of our live websites, pulling in the content from it, and usually using that right in results directly. A lot of these crawls do not result in visits, right? They're just crawling the website to get some content. But that counts as kind of an impression in ChatGPT. Your content could have been referenced in there. So we see a whole lot of ChatGPT that's out there. And then there's also things like training bots and discovery engines that are looking to do this as well. The third thing that we've learned when we did this study is that freshness is going to be one of the biggest single levers that you can pull to keep your website relevant. So what we saw is that websites that have published in the last month get an average of almost 400 visits a month from crawlers, from AI crawlers. They get 7.6 times more if you've republished in the last 30 days compared to if you haven't published within 12 months. This just means that your content is fresh. It's relevant. You're updating the website. There's real information that's being on there. That's the value that you're putting out there. We also see that websites that have more blog posts get much more crawls and visits. Right? So sites that have 53 plus visits gets 26 times the amount of AI visits, and that scales up pretty nicely actually. So if we were to pull that data out and actually look at 20 pages, right, it's going to be more in like the 10x range as well. So it scales pretty nicely as part of it. And just the final thing that we're seeing is this is heck of a lot. It's growing heck of a lot faster than Google is. A lot of these LLM referral traffic and chat traffic is growing at 70% a year, roughly, as compared to Google, which is actually decreasing the amount of sessions that they're sending. So this is still a growing area. Google is still much bigger, but it's growing quite a bit as we continue that. So I'll stop there just in terms of data, but I think it's just relevant for our conversation here to go ahead and get started on much more of the AEO kind of like discoverability side. So to start our conversation, and I'm going to direct this either to Matt or Patrick. I'm curious what you guys think here. How have you guys seen vertical SaaS companies historically try and package and monetize like a website tool or a marketing tool on top of their solution and put it out there and like position it with their market? I'm curious if you guys have kind of a view or kind of a experience doing this directly. Matt, I'll look at you.
Matt, go first.
Yeah, sure. So the question was, how do we see SaaS companies package up, I guess, SEO or marketing services along with their kind of core offering, right? It's not a helpful answer, but it typically depends, right? It depends on the amount of cost complexity there is to deliver the marketing service or product, and then also what their competitors are doing, right, and how they're bundling it. I would say in our industry specifically, so things like listing management and reviews that typically go one-on-one with the website, because the first problem is, hey, you need to make sure they've got a decent online presence on their website, and then comes the listings and the reviews and everything else. Typically, we see this bundled in as an add-on feature or a bundled option, right? So rather than thinking of it as just the standalone option, what most of our kind of SaaS partners care about, right, is growing the average revenue per user or the MRR from their existing customers. So typically, they will bundle things like a website and a local presence solution and SEO service all together as part of the growth package versus having individual add-ons, which then become easier for the customer to unpick. In other use cases, if it's a very ancillary product to what the actual marketing service is, you'll see people also bundle that and say, right, we know we're churning customers because we're losing deals. We're just going to kind of bundle it in as standard. So those are the kinds of options I see SaaS companies take.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would just to add to that, I think that, to go back to what AJ was saying in his presentation about like, what is the value that they create? And right, one of the big things about building websites for them was trust, right? If you are a property manager out there with a website and a web presence, it is a bigger play on the trust. And I think that the concept of bundling vertical SaaS together with services is kind of going from trust to outcome oriented thinking, right? Instead of saying, hey, website is the baseline to get trust. Okay, now how do you start to compete, right? Like if you're a property manager in Houston, there are more than one apartment buildings in Houston. At least that's a guess. I don't actually know that. But I'm pretty sure there are more than one apartment building in Houston. So now you're competing with all these other apartment buildings. Okay, so website plus AI content, baseline. Now how do you compete against these guys that are also at the baseline? And how do you drive outcomes for those property managers or those apartment buildings or those complexes that are different than the baseline of the rest of the market? And that's really about the opportunity of combining services and SaaS together, and really what the market is starting to really demand.
Yeah, interesting. And how do you measure those outcomes? Like what are the metrics that you guys are reporting on there? Is this citations? Is it share of voice? Like Patrick or anyone here, how are you guys thinking about like showing the value?
Yeah, I mean, originally, way back in the day when SEO was still the primary term, and before Matt changes his title, like it was all about keyword position, and keyword position drove click-through performance, and click-through performance drove traffic, and traffic drove leads, that kind of thing. That still exists, as on Russ's slides they showed. Google still, I wrote it down, 484 times the size of ChatGPT. So if you're not doing stuff for SEO, and you're like, well, I won't do anything for Google. Well, maybe still consider doing that. But it is, citation performance, brand mention performance are now things, right? Because I think what's happening in the LLM space that's so interesting is that your brand still matters quite a bit, right? If you're an apartment building in Houston, just to go back to that example, you still get mentioned. Whether or not people actually come to your website isn't what matters necessarily. What matters is they end up calling or they fill out a lead form or those types of things. And so this whole normal funnel where you have to click on the link and then you go to the website and then the website generates the visit, and the visit generates the lead. Some of that is going to go away and get disintermediated, and you're just going to go straight to filling out the lead form, or your agent's going to fill out the lead form, or you're going to just go straight to calling. The data still needs to be there on the website. That's still critical. Because otherwise the LLM is not going to know what to do, and it needs to be all in your right citations, not to plug all the citation work that Uberall does. But the point is that person may just call directly as opposed to visiting. This obviously happened with GBP and stuff like that as well, but that's going to probably be bigger than it was previously. So you need the brand mentions, but your traffic might still go down.
Matt, do you what those metrics are?
Yeah, and I think Patrick's kind of nailed it. I think as a SaaS company, I mean, the Google and the LLMs are just funnels, right? When you're talking to an SMB, they don't care about that. They want the phone to ring, or they want website inquiries. So I guess as a vertical SaaS company, one thing you could always do is stay really close to a couple of things, right? So one is the lead form completions, if you're using Duda or a similar CMS, or invest in call tracking, right? So you can actually see when someone calls the Google Business Profile number, or somebody calls the Apple number, or the number on the website, are these actual leads that are coming through. So the closer you can get to, I guess, the lead, which is what the customer cares about, there's lots of tools, and Uberall and other platforms have, a share of voice, right, as a metric, which is how many times you're mentioned for various search terms across the LLMs, because there's no longer a traditional keyword ranking. you can share that as a kind of leading indicator. But if you're working with, one-man band property manager, or someone running a pizza shop by themselves, or a HVAC guy, like, they're typically not too invested, right? So as close as you can get to leads generated, that's what your SMB customers are gonna care about the most.
Yeah. AJ, do you guys do any reporting for your customers? What do you look at?
So currently we don't really do much reporting because we don't offer SEO. We do give them access to the base Duda reporting that's in the system. Yeah, some of them will connect to Google Search Console. I'll be honest, a lot of them don't really focus on that. And that's what I'm hoping to change in the near future with the conversion to 2.0. Also AEO audits. I'm hoping that we can start offering more of that tracking. And I'm trying to get ahead of it a little bit with our conversion to the 2.0 platform.
Yeah. I mean, like, what we're talking about here is I think it's really difficult for a lot of vertical SaaS companies to think through. Is like, not only do you need to first get a website up and running, you need to have some type of content program in place to like update this on an ongoing basis. And I think this is obviously like a huge challenge for small businesses. Of they don't have the knowledge to know what to do, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the time to do all of these things. And that's ultimately like what you hear from folks in the AEO SEO side, is like you need to do those type of things. And there's just that big gap of what they expect to pay and what they expect to get out of it, right? Like Patrick, I think you probably deal with this all the time. Is there like a do you have a standard, like you should be doing this type of guidance for vertical SaaS companies?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest is to look at the competitors in the set, right? And so, for Door Loop, that might be looking at other website providers for the property management space or something like that, and say, okay, what are these guys doing? How are they? Like, go and show them, like, hey, here's how. If you're a property manager in Houston and there's a building right next to you and they're ranking #1 in Google, and they seem to have, I forget what the stat is in property management, isn't it like rent out rate or something like that? There's some kind of special, what is that, AJ? There's like a thing about how fast you turn over the building.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm blanking.
Vacancy rate, right? Or like vacancy time.
Whatever
vacancy rate. Yeah, vacancy rate.
There's some special name for that. And you go look and like, okay, well, the vacancy rate of this building is half of your vacancy. Don't you want that? And like everything else is details, right? Like how often you post content, what are the right prompts and keywords to rank you for? All those things matter. But you need to go to the first step, which is the outcome. It's like, hey, do you want a rent rate faster than your competitors? And most people in the property management space will probably say yes, maybe not always. And then you can start to move through. Okay, well, the thing you need to do, to your point, Russ, which is, hey, you need to be posting content more consistently. Well, I don't have time to post content more consistently. And then Door Loop's like, hey, we're a SaaS provider. We don't have a massive content team. Okay, well, let's start with baseline content from Duda. Okay, great. Oh, wait, competitors also doing baseline content. Okay, now how do we get to the next level? How do we go beyond them, beat them at their own game? And that's the kind of like, raise the bar against the market. Some markets, it's not competitive. Doesn't matter if you're renting out buildings in, Des Moines, Iowa. It might be a lot easier than Houston, Texas. But is that how you say Houston? Yeah. But that's the kind of way to think about it. Is like, hey, sometimes just getting there and visible in that market and having a website that's crawlable is all you need to do. But as the market is more competitive, there are more things you need to do on top of it.
Yeah, Matt, I'm curious if you have like a thought on this. I think like Uberall, it probably comes at it much more from like the automation side of like you can automate a little bit more of like I'm thinking more like listings and some of the review responses and these type of things. Like how do you guys generally like direct SaaS companies to handle some of this kind of like discoverability or visibility online type of area?
Yeah. So it's all about getting the baseline right. So going back to Patrick's point, if you're in a really, really, I guess, underserved industry in like a really small town, the basics or like the fundamentals from a local presence standpoint might be making sure you've got listings across all of the top sites, and you've completed your profile information, you've added services, you've got a few reviews, right? So that might be kind of like the baseline of, hey, this is your entry level product for a customer that has websites with you. And then as you're going up and you're a lawyer in Manhattan, you're going to need someone like Patrick with a managed services team in order to deliver the results, in order to be competitive, because guess what? The lawyers you're competing against have been doing this for 20 years and they've spent $10,000 a month for the last 20 years on doing that. So it's about, I guess, coming up with options for your customers to say like, right, this is going to get you to a certain level so you're at least eligible to be returned in LLMs and in Google search for that matter. But there's always going to be layers, right? And as a vertical SaaS company, I think it's very difficult to also be the world's best SEO agency, right? Which is why white label agencies like Semify and others kind of take that spot to help you deliver those services without the headcount or having to build 20 years of knowledge in a small new internal team.
Yeah. So I'll say to that statement, that's kind of the way we view it, in the sense that I'll give access to any marketing agency that you want to work on your website. I'll give them edit access. Normally, we don't give code access, but if a marketing agency says to me, "Hey, we need access to dev mode," as long as you understand if you break something, we're reverting back to a backup. I'm like, go ahead, have at it, because that's their specialty. Our specialty is this, and I try and stay in our lane as much as possible and focus on what we can do best.
Yeah. I think that's great. I have a question, kind of, generally, and I'm just curious of what do you guys see as the most impactful thing that really drives, recommendations in these AI engines, right? Like, Patrick, is this like super relevant specific topic, right? If you listen to a lot of folks out there today, they're like, cool, you need to make sure that you list the 6 different type of vegan food that you have for your restaurant and the 12 different, paleo options, and make sure that LLMs can crawl all the specific things that's there and understand it. Is it much more just like relevant, information and content? Like, what are the things that really drive results that you guys are seeing that are really successful?
I definitely want to go to the paleo and vegan restaurant. That
Me
sounds
too.
interesting. But I mean, this is probably not exact. I mean, I have a whole presentation on the difference between AEO or AIO. We call it AIO internally, versus SEO. But that's probably way too much information to share in the next 9 minutes or so. And so, generally speaking, at the very, very highest level, a lot of the basics of SEO are really still very, very, very applicable to AEO, right? So how you're technically structured, are you working with and broadly putting your business into the ecosystem via citations and stuff like that? Are you doing backlinking? Are you doing keyword specific or prompt specific backlinking? Are you interlinking your sites correctly? So taking what's indexing correctly and bringing it to connect to other parts of the site, all those types of things. A lot of the stuff that, like Uberall provides you automatically, or the stuff that Duda provides you automatically, are the baseline things you need to be doing. Schema structures. There's a lot of, actually, I think you guys, Duda, have been doing research on LLMs.txt and the markdown file structures, stuff like that. There's still a lot of murkiness around what the value of that is per se. But the long and short of it is that isn't written, and you should be keeping research on it, but just get the baseline done. Have a consistent content strategy, have a keyword specific content strategy, do backlinking, make sure your technical structuring is done correctly. I literally ran into a customer yesterday that was skipping their entire technical structuring in terms of how they were subdomaining their Canadian domain versus their US domain. It was creating a massive mess. And this is it's creating a mess for the LLMs, it's creating a mess for Google. And it's that's basic well, it's not basic SEO. Maybe it's 201. from an SEO
Yes.
standpoint, but it's still creating the same mess from an LLM standpoint as it was on the Google side. One other thing to add, though, is we're seeing a lot more convergence of informational and transactional keywords. So, right, if an informational keyword might be the example would be like, hey, where are there apartment buildings in Houston? That's a terrible example, but you get the point. And then like, what are the best apartment buildings in Houston would be a transactional keyword. We're seeing a lot of people that are not getting good results by mixing those two in the same kind of content systems, right? So build out longer form pillar pieces where you're mixing transactional and informational, even though informational is not something you would traditionally target. That whole informational ecosystem is getting disintermediated by LLMs, so you can bring that traffic to your website and get cited for it.
Yeah, interesting. Matt or AJ, anything that you guys are seeing as like successful to just get up and running? I think Patrick, it's a great overview. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Patrick's kind of nailed the foundation steps. There is so much overlap in, I guess, what we call traditional SEO, but it's not as sexy to call it that anymore, right? Everyone wants to talk about the
AI, the AIification, right?
That's it. I guess the other things that we see at a kind of more developed level is the LLMs love Reddit because they love user-generated content. So what you'll see is if you go to ChatGPT, you go to Gemini or Claude, you'll see a lot of the time, especially ChatGPT is referencing Reddit posts, right? So if you are a local, restaurant in Houston, there probably is, 4 or 5 Reddit threads about, hey, what is the best restaurant in Houston? What's the best Chinese restaurant? What's the best Italian, right? So making sure you have a kind of brand voice on there. And if those posts don't exist, it's a good opportunity for you to maybe go undercover and start, posting those as a consumer, because we know the LLMs will love it. The reason is because they think it's coming from a non-biased source, unlike your website where everyone's putting, we're the best pizza shop in Houston and we've got the best calzone, all this stuff. Whereas if it's coming from 15 different people on a Reddit thread, the LLMs go, oh, well, actually, this looks like, it's validated impartial information. So that alongside kind of press releases, which is like a pretty kind of black hat, old scammy SEO tactic that, nobody's touched in 15 years, but there's such a recency bias with the LLMs where you'll see if you're posting on press releases, they'll be mentioned by the LLMs. Again, those two are probably quite difficult to scale unless you're either an agency or a kind of more defined marketer, but they're the other two things we see some of our larger customers do to kind of win in the LLMs.
I find just taking the first step, when you're like I have a personal website like ajoverlander.com, and I have a blog. I keep it active. It gets more traffic than my side business website. And it gets cited by ChatGPT from time to time. It gets a lot of clicks from Google. And a lot of it is just, I find whatever I have a strong opinion about, whether it's a scene in Ted Lasso, an episode of Bluey. Yes, I am completely attacking keywords when I do it, but at the same time, I have a strong opinion, my own personal voice in there. And so when people are searching for the NBA during the playoffs, they happen to find my post because of it. So I find that having a strong opinion and just doing something is better than nothing, and starting with step one and going from there and trying to be as consistent as possible. I have not been consistent lately with my blog, so if you go there, don't get mad at me. Do as I say, not as I do.
Have you published in the last month? Like, you're not getting as much as, yeah.
I have not. I've been focused on my side business website, which I completely redid for the same purpose. But yes, I find just doing something is important.
Yeah. So I want you guys all put, like, we have 2 minutes left here. I want you all to put kind of your consultant hats on in these last 2 minutes. If you're talking to, a vertical SaaS company who's exploring putting like either marketing solutions or websites or kind of any type of discoverability product into place, what are the topics, the questions, the guidance that you're looking to give to any of these companies that are looking to do this? Matt, I'll start with you here.
Yeah, so normally start with the problem that they're trying to solve, right? So that's normally assign it to a metric. So is it retention? Is the churn rate too high? Is it acquisition and getting new logos? Because actually, they're the number one SaaS player in their space is also providing similar services. And even if their prospect is really pissed off with their number one competitor, if they can't replace this piece of their platform, ultimately it's really difficult for them to move because they're so sticky. So start with, I guess, the metrics that you're trying to solve for. It's typically the win rates, MRR growth from existing customers, which kind of rolls into ARPU, or is it retention, right? Once you have that, you can then start looking at, okay, with your SMB customers, are they typically in charge of marketing? Yes. Okay. How are they typically getting the job done today? And then try and isolate some of the problems and run some customer interviews to say, hey, if we did have a service like this, what would your appetite be? What would stop you from using it? And then also just look at the market, right? If 2 or 3 other competitors are also offering this, typically look at the bigger guys that have bigger product portfolios. That's normally a good sign where you can kind of, I guess, bypass a lot of the research stage to say, yes, somebody else in our market has validated this. So yeah, there are the few things I'd probably start with.
Patrick, you want to go? We got an extra minute or two here.
Yeah, I would piggyback on that, and I would say FOMO. We are in a once in a generational change in this market, right? Like the change way back in the day was Google. Now the change is LLMs, and LLMs are not. I don't know that they're necessarily going to like disintermediate Google. I don't really buy that, especially since they have one of the core models. I think of it more as LLMs are going to be in your home, right? If we have robots powered by LLMs sitting in our home, and then we're like, well, do I look at the postcard I got in my mailbox that says I should use this plumber, or do I ask my robot? Well, that's like a very different world that we are going to live in. And so that LLMs are just going everywhere, right? And so like, yeah, sure, Google is 484 times the size of LLMs today or whatever, but the concept is those LLMs and Google are eating everything else. And so
the underlying assumptions are changing, right?
Yeah, exactly. You better play it
previously. Yes. Yeah.
I would say the big question I would ask is who's managing the website once it's published. Getting to published is almost like the easy step. It's what's happening after it's published and setting the expectations ahead of time. I go back to Apple, but under promise, over deliver. We don't do SEO, but sometimes I help out with SEO. We don't do design work, but sometimes I'll build a new design for you. Setting those expectations so that you can have the expectation, but always break that expectation and give an experience that will stick with the customer and create something that will bring in more customers, because one person talking about how you went above and beyond for them is way more important than any marketing you're actually going to do.
Yep. Cool. Great. Thank you guys so much for participating and joining our webinar. Matt, AJ, Patrick, really appreciate your time and knowledge that you're putting in and kind of putting out into the world and giving back to some of our vertical SaaS customers. So thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Pleasure.